ones downstairs, but I've had to do a few meetings from these, and people, I can't hear. Speakers, I can't hear. Commissioners,
I couldn't hear, I listened to that video from the last Tuesday.
yeah.
How's your batteries?
I couldn't
No,
hear.
there was something going
How's your
on,
batteries
buzz
holding
or
up?
something.
Yeah, it was almost as if they'd been turned off,
Right.
What you say? One a day?
which
Yeah,
is the other
because
thing.
you go through
Okay, so we have
14,
everybody but,
14,
no.
15 hour cycle.
Ray?
Back here,
Yeah,
it's a
buck a
B,
piece too.
which is bad.
Yeah, that-
One of these is
It's not cheap.
Ray,
At least I can hear a little bit
John,
better.
and
Yep.
Abby.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Nothing for you to
One of
look
these
at.
has
Very
two,
well.
this is just Ray,
Hello,
John,
John.
and Abby.
That's not your first one.
It
I
is.
think so.
Really?
the
It's killing me.
28th.
How did you survive?
I'm not sure. Usually have a couple
Yeah.
cups a day.
I mean, now?
TJ, Jesse?
Do I have to write anything on them?
25 Westerwick. 25 Westerwick. Ray, John, and Abby.
Hey, do we have TJ?
I'm on it now too.
Yeah, okay.
I'm all in on there.
Thank you for
Mullen,
doing
you're
that.
not- Okay, phew.
Thank you.
That means it can be heard.
Oh, does somebody know something about Abby that I don't?
We went viewing earlier
put it
and
on
she was
that.
not feeling well, she was gonna lay down, I just texted her, she
Oh.
might be sleeping, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Usually fashion late.
All right.
True.
Lisa's
Isn't
been
that-
out for a few days.
Was 25 Westwick on Tuesday night too?
Yeah, that was it last Tuesday?
Oh, she's here, she's on her
Awesome.
way up.
Okay.
Where? Okay, yay.
La la la. So I'm gonna start the meeting, seeing as it's 4:30. I'm gonna call this meeting of the Nantucket Historic
Hi.
District Commission to order. It's Tuesday, December 4th, and it's 4:30 p.m. Present at today's meeting are basically everyone. So we have John McLaughlin, Stephen Welch, rare occurrence, Stephen Welch, Diane Coombs, Val Oliver, Jesse Dietrich, TJ Watterson, Abby Camp, and myself, Ray Paul. You guys all know the drill. This meeting is being recorded in its entirety. Anyone who wants to record a portion of the meeting should let us know in advance. And any conversations that are taking place other than at this table should probably happen in the hall, just so that Terry can pick up what's being said for the minutes. Thank you. May I have, well,
So
first, John, any modifications to this agenda?
Yes, number 2 on old business was
Yeah.
moved to consent, so it's on the agenda twice, so it needs to be scratched from old business.
You mean it's already on consent?
Yeah,
Yes, yeah, I see it. Okay, so scratch it on the old business.
Did John hear that?
I'm gonna give him the update.
Okay, all right, other than that, we're good?
Yep,
Okay, so Diane has made a motion to approve tonight's modified agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving along to the consent agenda, it doesn't not appear to me, oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment at this time? Hearing none, we will now move along to the consent portion of tonight's agenda. We have 4 items under consent. I think the regular board can sit on this, right?
Yep.
Right.
Okay,
I move to approve 1 through 4 on the consent agenda.
very good. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we're on to old business. First up on old business is 23 Lily Street.
Very sweet.
Do I come up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, I believe this was you, wasn't it?
yes.
And I will also need, yes, correct. You don't have to.
No.
No, you're not directed butter.
No. I'm a top skip my job.
Okay, so just for the record, can I have the board on this one?
Pohl, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, and Welch.
Thank you. All right, now, we didn't have, yes, we did have HSAP comments the last time.
So they met yesterday due to not meeting the week before, so.
Oh.
They'll have comments for a number of them.
All right, so here we go. Not appropriate, this cannot be cannot underlined, be on the front of the house. It is not appropriate, should at least be on the side of the house, preferably the back, but not on the front. That's HSAP. Okay. So, after having viewed it, does anyone wanna jump in with, some comments on this application?
I will.
Yeah.
While we prefer them not to be on the front, I thought the fact that he was gonna enclose it in a wooden,
Mhm.
Seated box.
yeah, that it was okay with me.
Okay. Abby, what do you have to say?
Is it possible? I mean, is it,
I think we discussed putting it on the back last time. And I
But if-
forget
Yeah,
what-
it's not, very old house, there's no way to go up through the attic to go, you know.
yeah.
Normally, I don't, you know, the aesthetics really, you know, play a role, and I do not like to go on the front of any
Yeah.
building. You know, that's why I offered a cedar enclosure to get built.
I think because it's natural to weather and it's just to the right of the, sun porch, it's gonna be mostly sort of disguised as a sort of a line of shingles.
The weird thing is, there's already a rain meter coming down right there. That is, it's going right next to that, right?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
It's going,
Yeah,
I think that this is the
right
sun
next to,
porch.
that's the sun porch, yeah.
Yeah, so it's coming right down, so you're only going to see really, if it's close right into the sun porch there,
Yes.
you're only gonna see
You
about
don't
5 or
have a
6
huge
feet.
amount of room, right? There's a window there.
Yeah,
there's a
no,
sun
3.5.
Yeah,
porch.
if you can hug that sun porch as much as possible, I think it's
Okay.
okay.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Stephen, you were on this.
Yeah, I think unfortunately I'm a no on this.
Okay. For HSAB reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with HSAB, and we did the guidelines, and we said no on the front relative to the street. And I agree with my colleagues that it's boxed, and that is a mitigating, but I'm just concerned in the old historic district. You know, this isn't the historic debate committee, so I'm not gonna give my reasons other than just to say I think it's problematic.
And you were very active in drawing up those guidelines. Yeah. Okay, John.
No comment.
Okay. And my only comment is this, it's gonna run up to the underside of the eave, correct?
Yes.
All right, so it's not gonna encroach on that eave or anything, it'll just go up,
Yeah.
stop,
Yeah.
end of story.
Yeah.
And then remind me what happens, it comes down to the ground and then it goes off to the, right.
Goes over to the right, yep.
And there is going to be a unit there that is gonna be boxed in, or?
Yeah, it's gonna go on the other side of the shed right there. I mean, on the back side right there. It would go over there, but I actually had to,
Oh, right, there's a little shed.
I had to
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
do a
yeah.
little
Okay.
trench in the ground, to go over to that.
Okay, but it will be behind the shed. Okay, so I'm okay with this application, given the mitigating factors. So, would somebody?
Comment.
Yes, John?
Yeah, my impression was that it was going to go where the shed is.
Yeah.
It's going on that wall that way, not the front. That's the impression I got from it.
Well, which part are you talking about? Are you talking about the piece coming down, or are you talking?
They're coming down with
Okay, so
they're
the-
hiding it, yeah,
Yeah, so that boxed-in thing,
right.
Steve, can you show them, like,
Yeah.
there's that rain leader coming down, and then there's the bump-out sunroom.
It's gonna go, well, actually, it's gonna go over here, so these two windows are right here.
Yeah. Well,
It's gonna go right here.
what size is it? It's boxed in, right?
It's a 4x4, I think. It's like a boxed-in rain leader, 4x4.
No,
That's why.
What do you mean?
How wide is it?
Yeah.
How
Oh,
deep is
3.5.
It's gonna go here.
That's what we call a 4x4.
Yeah.
it? And when it's boxed in,
I mean, when you have the line item material, well, of course, it's gonna be with cedar. But
Right.
yeah, it's gonna be boxed in with a 4x4, yes.
Which is essentially what you use to box in a
Yes.
rain leader.
Yes.
It's
I
just-
have one
I know
other
from-
question.
Sure.
From what
Even
I
though I
understand,
was,
Hold your question, yes.
from what I understand, the regulations are, 4x4 boxes coming down are not allowed on the fronts in the old historic area. That's the regulations when I read it. So, why are we gonna say yes there when it can go around the corner and not be
Well,
seen?
it can't go around the corner.
Okay, was there a reason for that?
Because the bedroom's not there.
Okay,
Because the bedroom's not there. It's in the front room up on the second floor. Like there's no, that's where the unit was gonna go for the heating unit.
So, may I?
Hmm.
Why can't the line set come in the back on the opposite side of the room and just go through the ceiling structure, in the ceiling joist?
There's no access. I cannot access it. And the other way would be to try to go on the inside portion of the living room down below. But then to go down into the basement area, it's I would say about 2.5 feet, 3 foot crawl. And then there's no sill that I can go out through to go out to the unit, because it's, balloon style home that, that sits on the foundation. So there's, I definitely would have, found a way to get into any crawl space and then go out to the outdoor unit, but there's no access to that. So, that's why I had to go out through where I drew my picture.
And when you say there's no access along the ceiling, you mean there's no access unless you remove the drywall?
Yeah, I mean, if you remove the drywall, but then still, it's not the point of where you put the line sets, is where it's gonna drain, gravity of water. So you do have to have something on the exterior to have, obviously to drain down. You can do it on the interior of the home, you can go down through a living room, but then if you're trying to go up and then go through an attic, I mean, you have to drain the water out somehow.
Right, so you need to have a condensate line, but if you have a ceiling cassette, you can drain it along the ceiling plane, just like any other ceiling cassette. It'll just drain to the back versus the front.
Yeah, I did that, yeah, okay.
So,
I just don't install ceiling cassettes.
Okay, so I just
Yeah.
want to be clear that
Okay.
where I'm
Yeah.
coming from on this, is that there may be other options.
Okay.
And it's not to create hardship for the
Yeah,
applicant, but
yeah.
it's,
No, the ceiling cassettes have had a lot of mold issues, and I don't use them just for that reason.
but it set a bad precedent, I think. I went up and looked at it, you can go up the outside on the south wall, across from the shed, and go up to the second floor. You can be done on the outside and box it in, but don't box it in the front.
No, all right. I think he's explained why he
I know.
can't do it on the back.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying,
So,
but I understand what we gotta do too.
yeah, Val,
The only other thing
I
I could
think
do
I'm
is take
taking back what I said.
oh, okay.
Yeah, because the only other thing that I could do is just not do that bedroom on the second floor. I mean, that's the only thing that, and it would alleviate, but still you do have the line sets, exiting the home, but it would be down near the Japanese ilex, near the privets, and then it would run lateral down to the very, very bottom. But, would I have to remove just the second unit on the second floor altogether? I mean, that's.
Yeah.
You can't come up that far right side.
The corner board.
And you've already, there's already a gutter coming down that's bright white. It comes right down in front of the house. At least this is,
yeah, I know, I looked at it, and it's the oddest thing in the world, it actually goes in
In
front
front
of
of the
the
shutter.
shutter.
I
Like,
know,
Yeah,
it's
I know,
fixed
I
to
know.
it.
Well,
I
see,
mean,
so
if
there's,
anything is-
there's the irony in my opinion, is if they just had a boxed out rain leader that was going in exactly the same place that this thing is going, we wouldn't have anything to say about it. But the fact that it's got that stuff in it as opposed to a PVC
what
pipe.
about a compromise of combining the two and moving the whole thing over to, in the corner of that, moving the gutter and the conduit?
It would make for a larger boxed piece,
Yeah.
obviously, but,
So those line set box covers are gonna be bigger than a 4x4. 4x4 is gonna be 3¼ by 3¼ and it's gonna be a small box. These are gonna be it's gonna be a 1x6 across the face, maybe ripped down a little bit if you pull up that little sleeve that those go in.
mhm.
So it's gonna be larger than that. It's gonna dye into the fabric, it's gonna turn gray, I understand that. I was gonna suggest moving trying to consolidate this with one of the downspouts, even if the downspout was external to the box. But if you look closely at the gutters, there's actually, the reason that that gutter is over the window is because when it was installed, it was, however, whomever decided to install it that way, the pitch is such that that's where that needs to be, otherwise it collects water.
Right.
So,
Well, yeah, it's a long run.
yeah, well, I mean. it's
All
just a
right,
strange setup.
well, it's sounding like you may wanna do a little bit more due diligence. I think if we took a vote on this, it would not fly, given that Val, Stephen, and John,
Could I make one more suggestion?
you may.
If he comes in from the heat pump to the wall, on the south wall, goes up the wall, and with the overhang, it can be boxed in under the overhang to go anywhere on that second floor.
Painted
As long as
white,
it's under that.
above the freezer under
I
the
know
soffit.
exactly what he means.
I would,
Oh,
He's,
that's an
he's
interesting
saying,
idea.
he's saying,
Yeah.
basically run it laterally under the eave. Now, there is that little window issue, I can't really tell what's going on there, it looks like the eaves are, I mean, the windows are tucked under the eave. But he's saying, come up here, go across like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
and in. See, and then you're basically white on white and hidden underneath there. So,
I mean, I could definitely do that, but just would have to take in consideration the drain, you know?
okay, can you take that back and
Yeah.
kick it around a little bit? Cause I'd like to get this to fly somehow, and I don't think it's gonna fly in its current
Okay, okay.
configuration. All right, does somebody wanna give me a motion for some,
Motion
revisions?
to hold for revisions?
All right, very good. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
thank you for coming
Okay,
in.
205 Eel Point, anybody? What? Anybody?
When's the third?
Haven't seen you.
You were at, I guess,
If I was at the
Yeah,
school
it used to be
last
summertime,
I have
and now it's the autumn of my years.
mulling in on it.
No, it's winter, actually.
It's winter, right? It's not the winter,
No, it's not winter yet.
it's not the winter of your years.
It's the
though.
winter of my years. I'm feeling like Frank
so
Sinatra.
everything about this is visible.
Well, you know, you did the whole Italian thing.
Who's on this?
Okay, kids, what are we gonna, oh, this is the, yes, right.
Everything about it's visible.
This is Paul Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp Oliver, alternate Watterson and Dutra.
You ready?
So I think there was concern last time. I think you guys, people were going to go out there and take a view for this.
Mhm.
And there's, yeah, Val, there's no question portions of this building are visible. You see, I mean, from the beach. I know there was some, I guess, people talking about grading and stuff like that. The grade there is not at all the final grade because the whole septic system there, so everything's torn up. And it doesn't at all represent the final grading that you see from the water. Our thought was in swapping out these doors was that when we came here originally for the cabana, there was some people, if I recall correctly, were not in love with the chimney. And so we're merely, we swapped out the chimney and we're replacing the two single doors with a triple on either side. That's the change. I don't think the change is incredibly significant to the building visually from the water from what was previously approved. We're merely just had a programmatic change and owners no longer wanted the chimney, so
You know,
we put in the
honestly,
doors.
Andrew, I think that the application in and of itself is not that difficult. I think there was just a discussion about the, visual. you know,
Right.
thing.
Right.
In general.
right,
In conjunction with everything else.
right.
Don't we have a boardwalk up after this?
Yeah, we're gonna hear from next
The
meeting.
south side is the side you can see from Nantucket Harbor.
The west,
The west
side is
side.
what faces towards Nantucket Harbor.
But remember we went by there today? You saw both sides.
Yeah, you see both. You can see the south too as you walk up if you're walking along the beach. The north side is more against the building, would be harder to see. But you'll see portions of it.
Yeah, of course.
We
you
already
think so.
okayed the west elevation.
Well, we did,
No, you didn't.
except for the fact of the chimney. They're removing the chimney.
But the fenestration.
Correct,
Yeah,
that's done.
that's
Yeah, that's
done.
done. That's
I
done.
mean, the only thing we're looking at on the west is the chimney, which is being removed, which I can't imagine is necessarily a bad thing.
Right, and we're infilling between the two panels another 3 foot of glass. That's it.
Where the
I
chimney
think it's too much. And at night, it's gonna be like, you can see around almost like a cupola, except for the part that faces the road. I think you should just leave it. Just take the chimney out and leave it how you had it.
Okay, thank you. Did you wanna continue with your thing, Abby, before I move on to something
No, I
else?
just wanted to get the orientation.
Yeah,
So, yeah, but I can't say anything about the west, cause we already have that.
yeah, you're not,
And the chimney, I don't know, I love chimneys, so I'm not, no, I don't think I have an issue with it.
John,
Yeah, I think the 13 doors are gonna be too much over fenestration. And if you put in one door in a wall for entranceway and one back way, but, and then make all the rest of it double hung windows. You have to open 3 doors to get out. So that's what I find, a lot of these have been coming in, and they're not typical. That's my comment. Thank you.
thank you, John. Let's see, Diane, you're on this.
Yes.
Got a chance to look at it?
Yep,
Okay.
I think that there's too much glass. I am concerned because in the beginning of this, we heard from different people, and it was not supposed to be the whole building, the whole thing was not supposed to be so dominant and overbearing. It is huge, huge. And I think whatever we can do to reduce it, you can see this cabana from all.
Are you speaking about the amount of glass or about the building volume itself?
I am speaking about the volume and the glass.
Okay, there's one thing I'm gonna remind you of, and it's been a long time since this came in originally. This building actually exists out there,
Yeah.
okay? So the
So they're
building is the
using the
building.
same building then.
They're
That's,
using the same
that's
building.
what I wanted.
So they added the chimney, that
Right.
was a new piece, and they obviously changed the glass so that it would match the configuration on the rest of the building.
From
Right.
picture windows that were in the building.
So I think that, you know, if you're concerned about the amount of glass, that's one thing, but if you're concerned about the size of the
No,
building.
I'm just saying that
Okay.
the amount of glass makes the building look bigger, more prominent, and I don't think that we want that. I would have no problem putting the chimney back because it makes it look, I don't know, it's not a glass building.
Yeah,
Let's see what it is.
it's actually, okay,
It's just my
right, understood.
thing about the
Let me see
chimney.
how many building and scale.
Okay, so my opinion is I think the revisions are fine, but it sounds like you may wanna work on, the amount of glazing. Does anybody wanna do a motion on this for me?
I mean, it's built. It's
Revision.
built.
It is?
Yeah,
With
Yes.
that glass the way it is?
yeah. Yeah, we
Yeah,
just
we
got to
saw
come
it
back
today.
with a revision. Yes,
It's right
it's
there.
in.
Oh,
So you can't,
Um,
there's very little,
that's
I mean, I-
unfortunate.
unless we had a bomb.
I totally understand and appreciate what everybody's saying, and we definitely should have been back here a while ago. We just, quite frankly, forgot. I
It should be
just
set up,
don't. I mean, I understand there's a lot of
No,
glass
they
in
didn't
on this project that we got approved, and based on the mood of the board at that time, I don't really believe that this door has a more significant visual impact than the chimney by
By the
adding
way-
the 2 panes of glass.
Yeah, to that point, I think that it's fairly safe to say that one elevation of this building that is not going to be visible, period, end of story, is the north, okay? So you were requesting the same sort of arrangement where you were doing the
Yeah.
infill on the north side to
Yeah.
match what was hopefully gonna happen on the south side where you removed the chimney.
Yeah.
So, you know, at a minimum, I would say that the north side would be safe to leave as per the revision. But I would like a motion of some kind, so
Make a
that
motion, hold for revision.
Right, but there's so little there to do.
and just so that we don't send these guys off without enough, information. There was a little bit of talk about the chimney coming back, but it's not built now. I mean,
Chimney's not gonna come
I
back.
know you like chimneys.
No,
Abby.
I just, I was
And
making this.
I know, and Diane likes chimneys too. I don't think that's a big
It's
secret.
just, it's the only small building on the lot that gives it a little bit less scale, so you,
But do you
when
think
you're
of the
from the
chim-
water, I saw it from across from Nantucket, and it looks massive now, it is new shingles, and it will settle down.
Yeah,
But it's the only piece, so you've got the big building, and then you've got this little building that looks more like Nantucket with a little chimney, so it just looks.
If I did some plant screening to hide to hide that southern face and came back with something like that, is that something that the board might consider to shield that glass from walking up the beach?
I don't have a problem with one more door, if the horses left the building on this one,
Well-
okay, so it sounds like you're okay.
Yeah.
But we do have John, who believes there's too much glass, Diane believes there's too much glass, and Val, who believes there's too much glass. So, I think we should hand this back to you, to see what you might be able to do to mitigate.
Okay.
Okay? May I have a motion?
Johnny made one.
Okay.
Well,
right now.
It's in.
no, this is the north. Oh, that's the south. No,
Yeah.
okay,
So
stand
like-
corrected.
So to have, you want a motion to hold for,
Johnny made a motion to hold, you have one on the table.
Oh, I'm sorry, John, I missed it that you had made a motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor of John's motion to hold for some revisions?
aye,
Aye. Okay. Now we got our boardwalk, right?
Yeah.
Same board, John Haddon?
No, this is different. Paul, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, and Dutra.
Thanks. Wow, that's old.
Did you find out if the other one was approved or not with the road?
Don't think that was from the application.
Yeah, she's got added handwriting than I do.
So,
Did that come out in, did you request a site viewing for HTC?
This?
No, for sign off. The
no, we're just coming back cleaning up
Okay.
four signs, right?
You can see it.
Yeah,
Curious.
we're just trying to get it.
Right in the front.
Got it.
Oh,
All right, so it didn't come up in
I
it.
think somebody wanted to know that. I think the boardwalk's okay. Abby and I were there, but no railing.
Okay, and Abby, do you feel the same way?
Yep.
Okay.
That means no rope too, just a board.
Yeah, well,
it
that's
is-
what
the
it
rope
is.
the
Yeah.
rail.
Yeah.
What if we did brown rope instead of white rope?
I think no rope.
No, it's so beautiful out there, I took a minute, it is insanely beautiful out there, and the one that's existing there with the posts and the rope, it's just like, God, I wish that wasn't there, but it's just,
Okay.
you know, it's much simpler, much more natural.
Okay, don't disagree, but.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Right, it's not a precedent, but, in Nantucket, you go out, go down to the Waller Barracks Pier and look to the right, out to the left, and most of them have little catwalks going down. They
Right.
don't have ropes or posts. It's just a waste of money to me, but that's
Yeah,
up to them.
turns out that the house next door does.
But we
They
didn't
went out-
determine if that was,
Yeah,
approved or not.
Did you get a permit for that?
We don't know,
That's my question.
yeah.
I know,
But-
you were supposed to.
Okay,
It's fine, irrelevant.
so, Mr. Dutra,
I'm with the board on it.
okay. All right, you guys,
We're fine.
are you,
Yep.
okay, so can somebody make
Motion,
a,
motion to approve with just the boardwalk, not the.
no railing. Okay, very good. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Is, this has not received a COA as yet,
The
right?
building?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
No,
But
because
aren't you still building?
the,
Yeah.
the tennis court is absolutely visible.
Well,
There was
as
approved
plantings and
as
fencing.
Andrew said,
Yeah, we
so it's a construction site right now. So there's no planting, there's no vegetation, there's no finished anything, so.
Grading, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that we appended the same condition that we normally do to that
Right.
tennis court, about the not visible. So,
Right.
yeah, we just have to wait that one
Diane,
out.
there's a whole fence and plantings around it all towards the street. There's more earth to be sculpted there with plant, like we're nowhere near, final grade is not set anywhere around the site yet. It's completely torn up for septic and stuff.
About the boardwalk?
Thank you.
No rope. I didn't even, I read, it's all over, but I read Nantucket advisory last time on that boardwalk thing, and they said no rope either.
Okay, thank you.
Have him call me. Okay, next up, 25 Broadway.
You didn't get a vote.
Oh, really?
Really?
All those in favor of Abby's motion?
I
Aye.
I forgot to write it,
Sorry
you want to
about
throw
that.
it back?
wrote it.
Oh.
I got used to doing it
really?
when you weren't here.
Paul, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, and Watterson.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Get in there.
Okay. This was, oh yes, yes. This is all about landscape, the need to soften that turn. Okay, so this is the same thing with the Wisconsin advisory not being able to meet, and they just met on this. Because what they say, which I believe you already corrected, it says prefer brick over bluestone. That was congruent with our recommendation last time. It says agree with HTC comments on 1127. So, go ahead. Tell us what you did. I think it's obvious, but why don't you just tell us?
So we actually switched the bluestone to the herringbone brick.
Okay. And then the hedge is the same,
Yes.
right? And those little the sort of stepper stones, do they exist?
No.
No. Right. So what's bubbled in red is the latest revision.
Yes.
Okay.
We did go around, we did walk the area, we did take photographs, so we agree 100% with you. There are only 2 examples of bluestone in the area,
That's not a popular material.
and so we decided, the brick and the herringbone pattern would be more appropriate, so we made the change to it. We actually reduced the amount of brick in that plan from the bluestone, as you can see in the previous plan.
Yeah. I mean, yes.
So,
Oh, I see. It doesn't extend all the way
Right.
to the
so I think
edge of
we
the-
did pretty much what
See
you
how
had
that
asked
goes
for
to
the
there?
last meeting.
That goes to there, and that goes, if you compare. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's back. Well,
Actually,
see-
this is
see-
smaller.
See, no.
Yep, I just measured it.
They are smaller.
Oh, he's talking about, if you measure from this corner, no, take this.
Yeah.
See that right there? That's that. You move this back.
I don't think that's changed. This, so, can I go first?
Yeah.
I just wanna say that I appreciate the changes, and herringbone is fine for there, I think. I just wanna see, like, in where the hedge is, I just would like to, that delineated where the bed is of where you're going to plant that privet, and it looks like you need at least another foot for the
Well, and that's
plantings of the
interesting,
privet.
because this is privet too, and it looks like the privet is planted right on the brick, which isn't gonna.
It's just an error.
So you're gonna hold the brick
Yeah,
back
I'll hold
from
the
where the
brick back,
privet's being
Of
planted.
course, absolutely.
Yeah, but I
So
don't see
you're-
where it is in relationship to the street. I imagine the privet
The
bed
street's
is right on the street.
Yeah,
The privet bed is
Yeah.
on the property line,
Okay, good.
and the
Okay.
street is
Yeah. It's
up
just
against
not,
the property
it
Abby.
line.
doesn't show,
Okay,
Yeah,
that's the
no,
property line
I-
right there.
I know it by heart, honestly. It's just not delineated. Now it is,
Abby,
cause Ray just.
because I
put
did
in.
it.
well, Abby, if you look at the photograph, okay, which John has, The hedge is gonna be inside that border that you see on the draw on the photograph.
Because it's
Okay,
already there.
I'm
It's
just,
already there.
I just wanna make sure that this doesn't get
Okay.
too hardscaped.
What we're getting hung up on
You
here
can't
is
plant
this-
on the street, so.
No, but you
All we
also
did was
can't
look at the
plant
drawing.
privet on brick.
Ready to
No.
So
gas get
Abby's
ready.
simple suggestion,
It's
which
all-
is obvious,
It's obvious.
is
It's all
that
good.
you have to pull this back enough to allow there to be dirt for the privet to grow in.
Of course
That's
it
all,
does, yeah.
that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments on this application?
Does it have to be herringbone?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
is that your one
I
comment?
mean,
Okay,
I don't need to.
John, you're on it.
I went to Squamp's at night, went around the center and around. I can't find what is under our control is a patchwork design.
That's called
Not out
herringbone,
there, the other goes straight like they're over on
and
Main Street.
that's called running bond, yeah. So you prefer running bond,
I'm with you, John.
okay.
I'm just
You
saying.
two are always in cahoots.
I
I
know,
like the
right?
herringbone.
Okay,
More
DJ,
I like the changes and I'm okay with the herringbone pattern.
I'm okay with the herringbone too, but where does that leave us? Let's see.
3 to 2.
He's got to make a motion.
Can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted. With-
No. I can't believe you said that. You
You
wanna
mean-
hold back the brick so that they can plant the privet there.
I just want it on the drawing, in the drawing. to show
Okay,
that
you'll modify
you've
the
got a
drawing to show that the
2-foot bed.
planting bed for the privet,
Yes,
okay?
we will.
All
So that's
privets.
part of your
Through
motion,
staff.
through staff.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, all those in favor of Abby's motion?
Thank
Aye.
you.
Yes.
All right.
And do we have two in opposition?
Yes.
Because of the herringbone deal?
Yes.
Okay, so 3 to 2. Next up, 16 Quince. 16 Quince.
Here's the thing to sign on the
Do
last
we, no one's racing up to the table.
one. We don't sign it if we're against it, right?
I don't think so.
You can either not sign it, or you can sign your name and write opposed.
I'll take that back. No one's here for that.
Capital letter N-O.
Yeah, N-O.
You need a,
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have to skip over 16 Quince for the moment. Can I have a motion?
All right, give it back. The person's not here.
we're gonna hold
Abby,
this
make a motion
for representation.
Make a motion to hold for representation.
Oh, sorry, a motion to hold for representation.
Thank you. All those in
16 Quince.
favor?
Aye.
Aye, yeah, it is. You got it. Okay, next up, 20 Atlantic Ave.
Get your tools in, folks.
Paul here?
Get them in now.
He won't.
Paul's not here?
Nope.
Go on, Main
Okay,
Street.
so we're gonna pass him by too. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
All right, all those in favor of Abby's motion to hold 20 Atlantic Avenue for representation?
Aye.
Aye.
Is Chip here?
How about Chip or his proxy? I see no one.
Motion to hold.
Boy,
Nice.
29 North Pasture.
2 Chestnut.
well, hold on.
What is it?
Wait. So, did you just
Well,
make a
Chip-
motion to hold?
Chip's not here?
He's not here
Yeah, so a motion to hold 29 North Pasture
for representation.
for representation.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now you're up. Hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
Welcome. Don't do that.
Oh, that's the historic info, and this is the. Look at that. Look at that.
What's that?
The pipes. The mini split
This is why.
there between every window.
And
Yeah,
that's a new building, isn't it?
Okay,
gotta break up the
John,
photo show.
our board on this one?
This hasn't been heard yet.
Oh, okay. So this is a regular board, folks.
It's not on their lot.
Somebody else.
This is
Okay,
the neighbor.
this is Chestnut Street, and let me read,
That's terrible.
what we have from HSAB. Okay.
Yes,
I don't know. Oh,
there's a neighbor.
I think people are marking on a few things on that. One is all these little things, but I don't know what Abby is pointing to. Okay, so here we go. This, according to HSAB, is contributing. We believe this is among the first garages on the island and will change streetscape if removed. Cars were not allowed on island until 1918. We would be fine with removal of later rear addition, but not the garage at the street. What is policy? HCC once said that need to show what's happening if a demo is allowed in OHD, so no empty spot, and know what is going in its place. That, by the way, well, somewhere along the line, we determined that we weren't allowed to ransom an application for the removal of something based on what might be going there in the future. And the practical matter is you could get something approved from us and never build it. So it doesn't really work that way anyway. So tell us what you got going on here. You want to remove this garage.
I'll just, I'm Jason.
Hey, do you need
Albrys.
names for the record?
Yeah.
Jason Albrys, and this is the owner, Bill Hamlin, Hamlen.
Thank you.
M-E-L-E-N.
Hamlen.
E-N,
Yes.
not L-I-N.
And briefly, I'll let, Bill might have more to say about it, but, we're trying to do, this building's old. It's, old in that it's decrepit and it's almost a hazard. It's got corrugated metal siding. The side walls of this building is corrugated metal, and it's surprising it hasn't fallen down sooner, but it's probably the metal holding it up. And it's just really not worth saving. And
it was built in the I think 1949,
okay.
After the war, so it's not particularly historic. It is
You have the
decrepit.
papers on that to say when it was built?
Yeah, somewhere we have.
It'd be interesting to see that because it's a little bit at odds with what HSAB is saying.
Yeah, they don't.
They're only saying that it's one of the, quote, first garages on Nantucket, and that cars weren't allowed on island until 1918, which isn't to say that this necessarily was in 1918. One would think that there was definitely a garage between 1918 and 1949
49.
or whatever.
Dr. Mr. Woods's was one of the oldest ones too, up on Gardner Street, but I'd like to see where it says it was built in 1949.
Right. Okay, I think we have something about that.
Okay, I think that, just not to cut this short, but I'll cut it short, I think that we need to get some more documentation on this guy, because I clearly see that the side wall of this is corrugated metal, which I don't believe they were using, it was not a common building material in 1918. So, I think you need to do some homework
Yeah,
on
it's
this.
possible that it got changed to corrugated though after.
Certainly could have been.
And would the HSAB have? They believe it's no. Did they have any information on it? They just
If they
a
have it,
presumption.
they're hiding it from us.
Well, maybe the NHA has something.
So,
They don't
my
have to
guess is
prove
they're
it.
probably just saying it's probably old and then leaving the onus of dating the building to you. So,
I'd like to make a motion to hold for more historic references.
very good. Let me make sure, I'm gonna hold your motion just to make sure that there's no further discussion. John, you
My
look
only
like,
comment,
Yeah.
back in the early 40s during the war,
Yeah.
Mr. Curry owned the house on the left of that.
Yeah.
And he owned the garage, and he had a Model A in it.
Huh.
Model A might make the garage look old.
Yeah.
how old was the Model A?
Hmm?
How old was the Model A?
Probably 25, 28.
That was the year?
Well, mine was.
Yeah,
For 100
Okay,
years
well,
old.
John, we're gonna get some historic information together on this building, okay? All those in favor of Abby's motion? Aye. Okay, thanks a lot.
I'm pretty sure that I'm also looking at a set.
I thought that too.
And I believe that's 29 cents, so
This is 31.
Hello, John.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How's it going?
Good.
I think these are all being reviewed for the first time, right?
Yeah.
Wait, where'd this come from?
Right here.
Oh, this is this you?
No.
I have all his stuff down here.
Wait,
Corrugated, that must be part of,
That's the garage.
The last guy.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
so
didn't see that.
who provided this?
It was
It
in
was
the
here.
application.
It's on the table.
So was it there in 1923?
Yeah.
Steve gave it to me.
Yeah, what was that guy saying, 1949?
Well, it was,
Okay, we've already closed this application, but you know, you may want to call Jason and tell him that this is in the file. It has Sanborns and everything, right? Okay, so that
John
goes
was
back that
logging
way.
it?
I helped him put all that together.
What?
I
Why
helped
didn't
him
you
put
say
that.
something?
I didn't know where it was. I thought it was being passed around on the table.
Apparently it was, but it didn't make it all the way around.
So order.
Okay, folks, let's focus 10 Delaney. And John, is this being heard for the first time?
Yes, yep.
Okay, so this is our regular board.
Regular.
Were you here for number 8? Not here for 8. Okay.
Hey, how are you?
Is the house built?
Val.
Thank you.
Look at that.
I know, he gets mad every time
I think she is here.
He says, don't keep coming back.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you gotta.
Okay, so, John, our application that we're looking at and reviewing right now is for a pool. Appears to be right on Delaney.
Well, there's a privet hedge that, pretty substantial ones. Grown for years, that's a long time. Delaney. It's not a new one.
Not to dismiss this out of hand, but this, I see all the pieces here are in order for a site viewing with some stakes in the yard, because if the privet's already there, then we can go and see whether we can see these stakes through the existing privet. Does everybody agree with that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I can tell you that the driveway, that accessed the former house that was torn down, is off of Delaney. And so there's a hole in the privet where the driveway still is.
Okay, well, we'll
But-
discount the hole in the privet for the moment.
Yeah.
But I want you
can see
to, I want you to do this. Give us 4 little flag
Yep.
stakes at the
Okay.
corners, okay? And then what you should do is just walk around onto Delaney where the privet is and look through and see if you can see those flags. Because we're gonna be
Okay.
doing the same thing. If you can see them, then you know you're gonna have to supplement the vegetation in some way. So that we
Or
can see
maybe
it.
flip the porch in the pool.
Okay, I shouldn't have, so what I'll say is, if we can see the flags through the privet on our viewing, then that means that you're gonna wanna be doing something else to make the
Okay.
pool not visible. What you do to accomplish that is your business, not ours.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Motion to hold for a view
very good, with some stakes.
with some pink stakes.
Yeah. Medium rare.
2 or 4
All those in favor of Abby's motion? Aye.
Is that
Okay.
with 2 or 4 stakes?
4 would be fine. It's a small pool. They just need to be those little ones, you know,
Yeah,
little
I know.
metal things with the flag on. Okay, next up is the gazebo. Also not heard, I'm guessing, right?
Correct.
All right. So, flyer, regular board.
Usually we get studio for
This needs to stay away from the street.
You could do a studio, but everyone does them and you don't use them.
Yeah.
I think you use this.
So what if we mix the pool? Do you still want the gazebo?
It would still be
We ain't
pleasant.
going there there just yet.
Hey,
Make me nervous.
Then a gazebo or what?
It's a freestanding porch
Val.
gazebo.
Hey, Val,
Yeah.
did you say to flip?
Well, now I'm taking it back because of the fireplace.
Oh, okay.
That was originally
'cause
my
that's kind of a
thought.
cool idea. Anyway, so let's review this on its own merits here.
All white trim,
Okay, thank you.
mahogany deck.
Very good. All right. Can I go around the table? Does anybody need more time? That's interesting. So that masonry, what appears to be a fireplace, it's a fireplace down low. I'm looking at the north elevation, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So the fireplace, which I'm sure is a gas fireplace because it's a shallow thing,
That's correct.
that's low, and then up above that, it's just basically a thin masonry wall that has a TV set on it. So it's not like a real chimney per se. It's not nearly the thickness of a chimney. See that? It's only barely
It's a
even-
direct vented thing.
Yeah. Oh, so it's going up through the
Well, just go right out the
good
back.
back. Okay. Comments?
What is that? Is it stone?
Yeah.
What kind of stone?
I didn't decide. I figured I'd get some feedback from the board.
I think
Cinder
for
block.
me, I don't know what's on this lot here, but just because of where it is and like everything's so tight, if this is just me, suggestion, if the west, which I think is the part that you would see from
That back
the outside, maybe just shingle that.
Good.
And then you could have
Oh, so you're not looking
the
at the
material on the inside, but on when
Could shingle the
people,
whole thing.
yeah, the people are walking by,
Gotcha,
they
good.
wouldn't.
Yeah, so really, we're gonna put a TV outside on the corner of a road where everybody can hear the TV. All right,
We're
all
not,
right.
we're not allowed to get into that
Sorry.
because he could show us just a wall.
Okay, let me take,
And then
for
put a TV
example,
up there.
Jared Coffin House.
I know,
I know,
I
okay,
know.
so I'm just saying, this is a residential area, and
It's not in
we
keeping with the
don't really
residential.
know if,
Can we say that?
No, John could eliminate that TV thing and then the client could go and put one
Put it
up
up.
there and,
I know, it's just a,
hey, all right, I hear you, I understand.
all right, then I'm not gonna say anything more.
At all?
No.
Okay, so we have a few comments on the table. One is maybe instead of doing the masonry stuff, do it all as shingle, which I think would be less controversial for the board in general. Diane, got any comments on this guy?
Was just thinking, if got there more,
This isn't here anymore, that house is gone.
right, but where's the driveway going back down? That there's a house built on it. It's, he went down and he has the house.
I think this is the paper road,
Is that
but
the
That's
paper road?
correct.
it's closed off, right? No?
The paper road?
Yeah, No?
What do you mean by closed off?
Well,
It's-
is-
no,
I
it's all
thought the
open.
guy that was in here across the street bought half of the road or something, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Well, my only thing is that you will be able to see this from the west as well as everything else, and I think that the simpler it looks on the outside, because it would be better, so I would go with the shingled sides and then put
Sounds like
whatever
he's
he wants
okay with
on the
that.
inside, as long as you can't see it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John?
My suggestion would be where you can see it from Delaney Road here, but it'd be a lot more economical, no matter what. Is to put the regular picket fence in there, 4-foot picket fence, and you don't have to do any screening. I would
Oh,
think-
are you talking about the pool or about the cabana?
Not about the gazebo.
Okay, So here's one for you, although we may actually make a motion on this now. There's already a huge privet hedge down there.
Right.
That used to be that, guy with the greenhouses. What's his name?
Mm-mm.
No, not him.
Mr. Pope, no,
Pope.
he was up at the top. of
Oh, I thought that
cliff.
was his hedges. Anyway, John has said, and I believe that there's, very mature hedges that run down Delaney. So they're already there. So,
Hedges, yes.
yeah, so it's not like he's gonna be putting them in just for this application.
Chain link is on the outside of the property.
Chain link,
There's no chain link.
Huh?
No, no chain link.
no.
I mean, existing right now?
You're asking for the chain link fence now?
Well,
Oh dear.
well, it's the enclosure that would go on, it should go on the inside,
Is it your pool fence?
yes.
Oh, don't call it chain link. That's
Well,
not what.
mesh.
Okay, no, but if it says chain link on there.
Chain link, chain link
No,
is
it's-
industrial.
I call
Yeah,
it
totally.
black coated link fence.
It
If
says
you-
link, but
If you
all
made
right.
it, if you made it, to where it starts
So
here.
what, that should
Galvanized
be on the
steel.
inside.
Yeah.
Hold
No,
up,
I'm kidding.
John, continue, sorry. John, continue.
Where it starts here, it's 100 feet here, but it
Yeah.
goes up to the corner, and then it goes down the side of the property. All right, that's where it says chain, and it says link ends back here, so it's on 3 sides of the property.
I think close the
And the thing to do is use a picket fence, 4-foot picket, and put it on the inside the hedge, but I don't think you can put chain link up there and
Well, it's
Where
a,
did
it's a mesh fence.
Yeah, he's
They're
definitely
trying to get
not
it to
gonna do
disappear.
he's definitely not gonna do chain link. But we're gonna view this anyway for the pool.
About our typical pool fence.
Yeah.
Labeled it incorrectly.
All right.
I'll
And
make
it
a
should go
motion.
on the inside. It's the hedges on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
inside.
wouldn't
Oh,
be
yeah,
on
I
the
think it
Yeah.
has to, or it's gonna be on town property. Um,
Motion to hold for a view.
A view.
Okay, we're on the gazebo now?
Yeah,
You
Oh,
guys wanted to view the gazebo?
oh,
well, we might as well, should we hold it to track the pool? Or,
I don't
know, they
care.
go-
I mean, I didn't hear any major comments on this thing other than to switch out the masonry backing to be a shingled
shingled
wall.
wall.
That's the only thing I heard
Oh.
that was of any consequence. And John said that he would be willing to do that.
mhm.
Okay, so somebody else.
So unless, yeah, go John.
where the gazebo is going,
Yeah.
okay? Possibly some of it is gonna be seen from Delaney Road, all right?
Oh,
Because
that's,
the pool's in the ground.
yeah, it's possible.
So what
Yeah.
I was saying, let me see where it is.
It's the next page.
And I can see here,
This is at the back of that.
Is that the one?
he did put a wire fence inside of the creek, all right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Now, hey, John,
oh, yeah.
John, just to be clear, he doesn't need the wire fence for the, right now, we're reviewing the cabana, okay?
Here was the,
Right.
He needs the wire fence for the pool.
and then there was
Now, the pool we already reviewed and we said that we were going to view it.
Okay.
So, we're gonna have a crack at the fence again the next time he comes in after the view. So, I wouldn't worry about the fencing just yet, unless,
Thank you.
okay, so can I have a motion of some kind on the cabana?
I would, oh, can we?
What? Can we what?
Can we approve it through staff, or are we holding it?
I think that everyone will try a vote.
What did he just say?
No, John wanted to know about the fencing, and I said the fencing really relates to the pool
Okay.
application, which we are holding.
Okay.
So
I
I
would
think,
motion to approve this through staff with the west wall of the gazebo being shingled as opposed to stone.
very good. All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Extension.
Oh, you abstain.
Yes, okay.
Okay. I won't ask why.
Oh.
Okay, now we're on to 7 Old North Wharf.
Kind of backward photo.
Dude, we're the Kadeem.
Hey, John, Can you send out the demo too?
Of the garage?
Yeah, we got it. He's got
Yeah.
7 Old North Wharf shed move demo.
Oh, you want?
And you're right, we should look at that.
If we don't approve that, no point in looking at the next one.
Exactly.
They want this?
Real time saver.
This
Oh,
is a shed, you're
charming.
gonna get the shed demo.
Here,
Thank you.
And there we go.
oh, that's another one?
Yeah, this is the shed demo now.
Weird. Okay.
Oh,
Wait,
here, here's another one for the second application.
This is the shed,
all right.
this is the demo.
Here we go, folks. And Mr. Lampy's point is we should review the demo first, because if that's a no-fly, then there's no point in looking at the new application. So we're gonna take it in that order. And now here, from Historic Structures says, quote, "No concerns, but it's a waste. Give it away." I think that somebody will take this building. So as you guys all know, we always motion for these to be either a move off or a demo, in the interest of reuse, recycle.
It's very cute.
Yeah, it is cute. It doesn't look old to me.
10 years.
Both of them.
Yeah, he's got the furniture.
You fall just within the limit. If it were 11 years old, it's considered historic.
No.
Yeah, that's our new policy.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, motion to, approve the move off or demo, no, move off,
So I have to advertise.
yes,
Well-
please.
Well, hang on. What we're approving is a move off or demo.
Yes, that's what I just said.
Okay. Now, if this were a residence, you would have to advertise it. But it's not a residence, so the advertising is kind of up to you.
No, I'll advertise.
I mean, it's gonna cost you less to have somebody take it off
Yeah,
and
I
to
agree.
grind it up and take it to the dump. Okay, so all those in favor of Abby's motion to move off or demo?
Aye.
Aye, okay, very good. Now we're on to the new shed, which HSAB, their only comment was to say, this is not a shed.
Yes, by definition, too big.
Well,
To be
I
a
think
shed.
maybe what they meant was a zoning shed. You know,
Yeah,
the 10 by
too big by
20
definition.
thing, but I mean, you know, the shed is where you store stuff. Okay. Oh, there you go.
That one just got voted.
I'll probably get back to the other ones. Okay.
I'll put it on the back of your Chevy Blazer.
So what face is the,
Oh, we could do
there's still
quite a
the
crib
way
back
of
there.
this. That looks like a
Little twin
cottage.
bed.
It's cute.
Yeah.
John's camper.
Don't bother knocking.
Thank you.
We'll change the sign to Roadhouse.
Well, I don't hear anybody gasping in horror.
23.
I
Diane.
think it's cute. What faces the way is the south.
We have, it's only
13.6
What?
high.
13 6 high, 23 6 long. It's very close to the
It's a cute little Airbnb.
footprint of the one you're taking away.
Mm.
Always keep that plate real low on the small tiny things. It looks really bad.
It's
You
gonna
put
be
wall heights. doesn't look
shingled
good at
with
all.
white done.
Yes. And, wood roof.
Okay. Any other comments on this?
I
You
think
good?
it's, I would
Motion
make a
to
motion
approve.
to approve.
Diane has made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor? Aye. Very good. There you go, John.
Thank you very much.
We look forward to seeing those little flags out there.
I'll be there if you-
Oh, and you know, call John Hedden to let him know that they're up so
Oh,
we
yeah.
can, okay.
Great, thank you much.
All right, thanks. 13 Union, here we go.
Mr. Chair, are we gonna go back to the ones for
Oh,
the
who,
16 Quince and wherever, North Pasture?
Where they can meet till the end.
I don't know, Quince or North Pasture.
We're both here.
all right, which is up first?
Quince. Number
Okay,
6.
folks, so we're gonna return to item number 6, 16 Quince Street. And Tori, that's you?
Yes.
Okay, so come on up. Now, we have a board on this one, right?
Yes.
Yep. Paul
there should be-
McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, Watterson.
Thank you. Okay,
I did read the HSAB comments, but I don't have revised drawings with me, but we can discuss their comments on what your thoughts are.
okay. I'm gonna read HSAB on this one, okay? It says, the building's contributing, it says historical information needed. We still have no date of structure nor of main house. This is completely visible and right on street. Dormer is too big. Oh yeah, it's all coming back to me. I remember this. Yeah, dormer is too big. Size, placement, and setback do not meet guidelines. No garages in this area have dormers, which I believe was something that one or more of you
Me.
guys commented on at the last meeting. So that's it from HSAB, and you said that you have not done any revisions.
I don't have them with me yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't been given them yet.
Okay,
But I did discuss your comments last time and I read HSAB.
okay. So,
We viewed again today, Abby and I, and
I'm
we
sure-
drove around the hood, and it's true, there are all the little small garage type structures have no dormers. They're just very simple secondary
Mhm.
little masses. At the very least, it should be minimized hugely.
With the 3 feet, I discussed the 3 foot in on each side.
Well, even
minimum.
more than that. I
Okay.
think it's still too big for me.
3
Yeah,
feet
that's
is the
just me.
minimum.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So Val has left the door open, but just a crack. How about you, Abby?
Well, it also comes right off the roof line, unfortunately, so it's,
You know
doesn't.
about that one?
Yep, come down a little bit,
No.
about a foot or so.
Okay. But
Uh,
are you also
know,
leaving the door open a crack?
The,
or-
the doors open a crack if the whole dormers were to somehow be pushed to the back, so you wouldn't see
You
them.
mean further away from the
Right,
street?
so when you're coming down Westminster and you're looking at, you still have to have the same profile of the old garage
Got it.
without the dormer.
So
So
towards
it's
the
not-
rear elevation,
Exactly,
rear
so-
side of it,
Further away from Westminster,
and much smaller.
yes. TJ?
I agree with Abby and Val on this, about the
Okay.
setbacks and also the offset on the ridge.
Great, thank you. John?
Yes, there's 3 windows in the dormer,
Yeah.
okay? They're listed as awnings.
Well, I think she
We
already,
discussed
I
Hopper
think we
last
already
time,
discussed
right?
this, yeah.
You fix that?
Yep.
Well, she hasn't changed anything, she just wanted to hear where we were on
Thank
this.
you.
Okay, so I think you know what you need to do, right?
Mhm.
Okay, can I have a motion on this?
Motion to hold for revisions?
Very good, all
Thank you
those
very
in
much.
favor?
Aye.
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 Thanks, Tori.
Yep.
And then, okay, so now we do 29 North Pasture, right? Item 8. So it's funny, I was asking you if you were here for that.
No, you might have, was I here when it was called?
Here, Val.
No, okay. Well, here we are.
Yeah.
Jesse?
What is all this? Who's that?
Sorry, Val.
Extra stuff. Where's the shed now?
I wanna go ahead, but
There's some just, that was with this from, back up on 29 North Pasture, I think it was.
Oh, which, by the way, I will need the board on that one, too.
Paul McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, Watterson.
Thank you. Okay, so it appears that you have made, actually, have you made revisions?
No, we didn't
No.
change it.
Okay,
I thought it was
Was
cool
it-
for viewing, so I actually did take some pictures and it is visible from the street. If you guys wanna look at it. But I think Chip went to the last one, but I think the main
Chip
concern
did one.
was the sliding panel. And that.
which is on the other,
Yeah, it's
opposite
on the
side.
other side, so the pictures show that.
Uh-huh.
And, okay, there are topos. I can't read them all.
This is where the windows are going?
No.
No, it's on the back side.
This is taken from the subdivision, so the windows are on the opposite side, away from those doors. Those doors,
Those are existing, they're being removed.
oh,
That's on the
you're
north
getting that,
side.
yeah, so that's what you're looking at in the picture.
Okay.
And that's what you're getting in its race. Yeah. Okay, so you all recall that basically the shed is staying exactly where it is,
Yes, it's not moving.
right?
They just wanna add a little outdoor fireplace to the front.
On the locus,
There's
it's
a
in a
side.
different spot.
You mean the little blip in the front yard?
Mm.
I don't think that's accurate because this photograph clearly shows it's
Yeah.
behind the house. Have you seen these yet,
No.
Val?
I don't
Can we just
believe the
circulate
shed
those?
moved at all.
You know, the locus sometimes shows stuff that's several years old.
I think that was a garage that before that got moved on.
Okay, what do we all think?
Too much glass.
So you're still concerned
Yeah.
about the glazing? Yeah, the main, you weren't here
No,
last time, but
we'll see.
really the main issue for,
Is that sliding panel?
exactly.
Yeah.
And we understand the whole thing about that it's right now in its closed position to be looking through the glass and seeing shingle. But, you know, moving it over, the rationale was that, you know, when it's windy, they'd be able to see out to the moors
Right.
with the glass, but that was the main concern. So let me just continue around the table and see if that concern remains. John, you want to start? Or should I come back to you?
No, take it.
Okay, Val?
It's just the glass for me.
Mm-hmm. TJ?
I'm okay with it.
All right.
And
Abby?
what is the chimney? Parched?
Parched, I think it's.
Block, yeah, parched.
Okay. And you're okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. Abby?
I was concerned about the glass.
Okay, so you are concerned about the glass. Val is concerned about the glass. John has not yet. I think he mentioned the glass the last time. You still looking, John? No? So are you okay with the glass?
The only thing is actually visibility would be the south elevation,
I think on the south.
because it's on
Well-
top of a mound of a hill,
Well,
looking on the back side of it.
yeah, this is looking out over the Conservation
Right,
Foundation.
yeah.
Back
We already established that.
Right,
Visible.
right. So do you have an issue with the glass is the question? Because that seems to be the only real concern about this application.
Well, how far off, we went up there, how far off the driveway? If you could go make a curve, but you see that from the,
Oh, well,
So these photos are actually right here.
that's what,
This
but
is
that's
from
the
the
other
street.
elevation.
Yeah.
That's what you see from
From
North Pasture.
North
Right.
Pasture's right here.
right, I'm talking about, right, this here is on the south side, that's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about, you're gonna see it from that
I
property.
actually didn't go out there for this one.
I'm sorry?
I didn't go out on that side for this project.
Where
I don't have any
it drops off right behind that shed that's there. It drops off. So you're gonna see what's going there.
Okay.
Now, that's on the north elevation. the south elevation.
Yeah.
Which where I believe that glass will be seen from.
Okay, so I share the concern about the glass on the south elevation. So I think that we probably need to have some sort of concessions made there.
So what about a solid panel?
Oh, well, we would love that.
Better.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
And the other alternative is what about all glass with no buttons? So when it's closed, you just see straight through.
No.
You wouldn't.
You know, that's an interesting concept, but the one thing that people rarely take into consideration here.
Glare.
Exactly.
Yeah, you would still have.
You know, when the
no.
sun is in the right position, you're going to see a sheet of glass that's like 10 feet tall
That's why
by
I'm
8
opposed
feet
to this
wide.
one.
So, but gosh.
Could you come up with a
Well, she
design of that?
just said, what if it's all wood?
So what would that wood
But it's really
look like?
just to block the wind, just a vertical board door, the same as the
Vertical
one.
Vertical
door?
board. I
Fine
think
with
that we
that.
could. Would you be okay, John, taking all the glass out of that sliding door, just making it vertical board? No
Batten door, yeah.
batten door, no glass. Can somebody give me that motion?
Motion
Yes.
to approve changing the, John, did you wanna do that?
John just made the motion.
Okay.
So John's motion is to approve this, but changing the sliding door to being vertical board, no glass. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, now we're back to item 14, I believe. Is that correct?
You have that,
I think
Diane?
so, yeah. 13 units.
Hi. Okay, the board on this one.
This
I'm
is
gonna say.
Steve?
Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Oliver. Alternate future.
And that one you're on. Good evening, Mr. Reed.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm wondering, so are there any further, HSAB on this?
Unfortunately, they didn't re-review this one, I don't think. No, the last one was the 19th.
I'm assuming you made revisions?
I did.
Okay. So, but they didn't re-review? Okay, so we're just gonna have to wing it.
Blowing AC.
So, Doug,
Can you?
why don't you tell us what you revised?
Okay, so what I'm going to do first actually is pass these around. These are some precedent photos that you had asked for. I don't remember who was on this one.
Moi.
Yeah, Diane is on this, John is on this, Abby and Val.
And I have a bigger version of this if anybody needs it. It's here. So the precedent photos were on two main topics that were items of concern. The first one being the roof walk. So the first sheet on here is showing houses, and these are all on Union Street. And the only ones I couldn't find an old historic photo for were 15 Union Street. Every other roof walk that you see on this front page here, there's an accompanying photo from the 1890s or the 1930s showing no roof walk at that time, but there's a roof walk on it today. Now, there may be one or two that even before the 1890s had a roof walk on it, but none that I could find. And then the second page is a continuation of that. I didn't even bother looking through historic photos for that because I was getting tired. So I think that the point was made on the first sheet where let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's almost a dozen examples of roof walks that exist today that did not exist in the 1890s or 1930s. So I don't think it would be setting a bad precedent. I think it's just continuing with an existing precedent in terms of approving a roof lock on this building. The third sheet, which is A 2.8, is addressing a concern that you had, Abby, about the rear L that's currently proposed. So
Yeah.
It comes out a little bit from
You know,
the side of the
that-
building.
This little thing.
So it's just it's a very common
And
condition
you
that,
said it looked a little weird, this,
yeah.
that little sliver.
It's actually a
But-
very common
yeah,
condition
you
that
do
you don't
see
even
that.
think about.
That's
You know, you
very
see them all over the place.
This is a really big one. Like that.
Yeah, no, I've got one
With
at
the
my
back.
house. I
Yeah.
just
Oh,
thought.
you do?
Yeah,
Oh.
but mine is better than yours. Mine is, mine's like, mine comes out like further and has a window in it, so it doesn't look sort of,
Well, I mean,
but I think did you have a problem with the setback? So that you couldn't
yeah, I
make
mean,
it
we're right
deeper?
against the setback, so we couldn't go out any further.
Right, I just think it's a strange shape for there on a historic house, like, it doesn't read like a.
No, I
an
get it, I
evolution
get
of
it,
the
and
house.
it is, you know, common for them to have windows in them also, but if you look at 25 Union Street, that comes out 2 or 3 feet,
And
just like
19
ours.
And
Union.
19 Union comes out about 6 feet and has no windows. 14 Union is a 2 or 3 foot with no windows.
Wait,
So
so
it's,
say them again?
so
Which
upper
ones?
right, 25,
Here, next page.
oh yeah, it's A 2.8.
2519.
See, like, that one has no window, that's
Yeah.
skinny.
But
Then
that,
like this one is
Yeah.
wide and
Right.
has no window.
well, I don't think I don't think that looks great though, for an old house with
Well,
no
but it's
window.
Citing precedent.
Point being,
Yeah,
it's just,
okay.
it's a common,
But if it's a bad precedent, like, do we wanna push that?
Okay. All right.
it's a historic one.
No, so what are these other things here? You
Okay,
got,
so the last,
Oh,
that
parged
A
foundation.
2.9 is, so that's showing parged foundations, which,
Mhm.
are actually common in the neighborhood as well. And if you look at the bottom,
did we have an objection to that?
no, it just, we actually have changed what we're proposing from,
The painted
brick
brick?
to a parge with the cut to make it look like stone. Which is actually what exists on the building today, and that's what that is showing,
Okay.
is, it has parge on it, cut to look like stone.
What are you proposing for this house, for the foundation?
For the foundation, so we're proposing pretty much what's there now, which on the front is parge, cut to look like stone. And then the last page on that is, just some examples of stone steps.
In that area.
No, this is from the internet, but it's just, so the picture on the left is what we are looking for in terms of the stone steps themselves. And then the picture on the right is what we're looking for in terms of the retaining walls. So retaining walls and stone steps. So, getting to what we've changed from last time, if you look at the self-elevation, is on A 2.2. So you can see the overall scope is the black clouds, and the revised scope is the red clouds. So we previously had 2 windows where you see the red clouds, so we've reduced it to 1.
Well, in all cases, so up
yeah.
in the
In the attic
attic,
as well.
you had 2.
Correct.
And then you had 2 and 2 on that little gable that we were calling a turret or something.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, continue, but I want to get to
Well,
Arthur.
that's pretty much it, and then the other red cloud is just showing it's a note regarding the change in the foundation finish.
See that. Yep.
So that's what we've changed.
Really, so none of the other elevations have any.
Yeah, let me go back the other way. Yeah, I don't think, you know, other than the roof block, I don't think there were any other major concerns.
Okay. Arthur.
Representing David King,
butter, as expressed at the last meeting. The two issues that I would raise at this point are, once again, to agree with Abby about the projection of the L off the side of the house, the way that appears on the right-hand side, with no windows, which we think is anomalous. And the roof walk, we have great concern with the roof walk, and again, speaking of what may be a precedent, that might be a bad precedent, to the extent that they've been added to houses down there, I think it's inconsistent with the historical context, and we would oppose that. I mean, this house had a center chimney, which was the central focus of the roof line of the house, that has now been cut off and is in the attic. We would love to see that come back. We think that having the roof walk there is inappropriate, and would strongly oppose it.
Thank you, Arthur. Okay, now I'm going to open it up to the board. So, again, Diane, oh, sorry.
Yeah?
You're on this, Diane?
Yeah.
Val, you're on it?
Yep.
Abby, you're on it. John, you're on it.
I'll go.
Okay.
Doug, thank you very much. This is so helpful.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Very, very helpful. I appreciate the changes you've made in all ways, and I do think the additive mass is appropriate and pretty typical, and as well as the roof walk. So I am in favor of this application. The only thing I'm uncertain of, and I hope it's not connected to this, is the stone steps and retaining.
Well, that's an interesting question, because if it's connected to this building.
I mean, the stone steps are between the two buildings?
Right.
You're assuming you're getting that building.
Well, look, if you're having hang up specifically on those items, we can always just leave those out of this application. Do they even show up on these elevations? Oh, yeah, they actually, it does, yeah.
Those look good.
Yeah, it shows up on the east elevation.
In between, Diane, right?
Sorry,
there.
I thought you were talking about my
And then
stairs.
across the
No.
back, now there is.
These little European biscuits win every time.
I'm not sure about that. It's so much
Um,
closer to the.
okay, so Val, you've said what you need to say.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I
Diane?
got two things to say about the roof walk. In your photograph, which is very interesting because I live on Union Street, is that 95% of the houses that have roof walks have chimneys. You can look at them yourself, every one of them. This house no longer, unfortunately, has its chimney. So the roof walk does not go up there as what its original use was for fire prevention, going down a chimney. It wasn't to see the whaling boats come in. And I am trying to look back as to when that particular statement was made, and we tried to follow it, that roof walks would not be put on houses that did not show some preparation for them having been there once before. So, other than that, I appreciate the changes you've made. I think the little projection of the thing is very typical of what goes down that street. So, I have no problem with that. I just would like to try and find some more research if you're interested on the roof walk, because these pictures are great and we'll keep them. but that's, it helped me prove my point on, than yours. So anyway, that's what my thought is.
Okay, good, thanks. Abby,
What is the trim color proposed in the front door?
Trim color is proposed white.
Front door?
Right.
white,
White, interesting.
okay.
So, I have a couple, so I'm not in favor of the addition on the north side.
Little bump.
Yeah, the little bump out there. I am not in favor of the way you're treating the foundation. The parging with the cut-in bricks, painted black, I think I would almost rather see, brick or, I don't mind it parged, but you're cutting it in as if they're cinder blocks. So it's a strange design.
I think that's what's
Well,
there
it's
though.
what's there today.
Well, let's say, there's not a chimney there either. I would like to see the chimney come down.
Oh, so, yeah,
So,
see now,
I
it's,
see
it's
that.
funny that you say cinder blocks, because that's sort of the current reading of this.
Mhm.
What this was supposed to look like back
it's
then.
also brick.
Well, I know, but what it was supposed to look like, it was supposed to look like stone, like they had taken granite blocks
Sure.
and stacked it up.
Right.
That was the intention, but if you don't,
Okay,
you know.
so my feeling, I'm subjective about this, is that I don't like this application of the parging with the cement-sized cut-ins. I think it should be brick. I think that this is a historic house on a historic street. It make every effort to go back and put in a chimney on this house, and then I'd think about the roof walk after that. But this is,
You're heading my direction.
so that's,
Yeah.
I mean, this is what we're here for, this
Okay.
kind of house.
Yeah. Thank you, Abby. Mr. McLaughlin, John.
I had a question on the A2.1.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is in reference to, Mr. Tucci. They have total 2 stone steps, okay? And this, I'm not 100% on. One is a stone step, one is a retaining wall.
Right.
Now you look at over A2.1, where the garage is and the house.
Yeah.
I circle it, the steps, now the steps are going to be stone steps. And the retaining wall is supposed to be right beside the garage and the cellar.
Yeah.
What's wrong, right? What, right, there is no material list of what these, size stones or whatever they're using, rocks in there. And the question is, how far on the left side of the garage does it go to get to the property line? It doesn't show. It doesn't show that. And the comments on whether I couldn't find any of these photos where there's any of that type of material on any of these houses in this thing here.
Oh,
Because they all have back raises, and I couldn't find any of these, shows. Now, my question is, to Mr. Duca, would that be appropriate material to have there between 2 houses and, a house and a garage? Would that be appropriate, would there be a precedent on that street of stone, and it's just not that far back from the building itself when it starts? And that's my question to you, is this proper material to have, and is it suitable to be?
These here.
Yeah.
Are they both
Yeah, I mean,
suitable?
the stone type, I would say it is. The one to the left is a little chunkier. I would say a little more historical. Although this is New England fieldstone and is used widely.
Hey, so Jesse, just to be clear, so I think that the photograph on the left, you're looking at that photograph for the antique steps, right? The photograph on the right, you're not looking at the steps, you're looking at the wall material.
Correct. Right.
So right side wall material, left side steps.
I think that's a good mix.
And looking on the north side, Not what I'm seeing. Oh, on the garage application. All right, we'll get back to that, because I'm matching the two, because there's a window well to the right side of the garage somewhere, but it's not here, but it's on the other drawing.
Well, so we're gonna review the garage next, John.
Those are my comments that, thank you.
Okay.
Whether that's suitable material to put there, because others might have wanted it years, 10 years ago, might have asked, but it would be denied because of, it's, not matching materials in the area.
Right.
And my question would be on that, if they could be made, the steps could be made wood, and leave that sharp piece of retainer board. It's next to the, on the outside.
Well, I suppose you could make those
Just trying to
steps
know that,
wood.
you know, the precedent.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yes.
All right, so I think in the interest of compromise, I would be in favor of parging without using the rusticated stone block thing, just straight up parge. And Diane said it first, and Abby sort of echoed this comment with regard to the roof walk, which is the roof walk. The myth is that people used to go up there to watch the boats. I think that everybody at this table knows that the roof walk was actually in the event of a chimney fire. They were always surrounding chimneys, and you know, I think that everybody regrets the loss of that great chimney there. So I would entertain the roof walk if a chimney reappeared on this, and I do not have a problem with that little sort of bumped out portion on the north side of the building, because I do see it all over town. So those are my comments. Now, can we formulate some kind of a...
Mr. Chair, one concern I would have, if I could mention something, would be the white and the black foundation with the white trim and doors and windows.
Fair enough. I mean, that color combination is used, but usually that's reserved for like Main Street and Pleasant Street, right as it meets Main, you know, the really super formal areas of town.
If I could add, I think white would be more upper Orange Street, and Nantucket gray would probably be down.
Nantucket gray for the foundation color, yeah.
Or just, and
Or
trim
vice
color and everything.
Yeah. Diane?
What's the clapboard?
I think that if you look at your pictures and you travel up and down Union Street, you will see that usually
White.
the house who has a trim, the front door is rarely white, except in a very formal house that's sort of the beginning of Union across the way. Most of them have the front door either plain wood, mahogany, or whatever, or the color of the trim, so it keeps the front of the house softer than all white. All white, I think this house 13 is too small to have the all white thing, and I think that the parging should be very simple, as rustic as it can be, because that's really what the original parging were. They weren't fancy even when they started to copy, because they used it to fix brick foundations when they didn't have the money or whatever to do it. So I think being this is the house where it is next to the 2, 11, and 9, that's a part of that little brief thing, it would be better for the colors to change.
I agree. Okay. So should we make some sort of a motion on this application? Somebody prepared to?
Motion, hope, and vision. I'd like to see how they're gonna do out that walkway, so how far it goes to the neighbor next door, and the garage over. How many feet of wall, and how high it's gonna be.
If I could propose that we sort of table the landscape items and not make them part of the house.
we can do
and I
that.
can come back with a totally separate
can
landscape
we remove
application.
that?
Can we do that?
Yeah,
And then on the house, if I did green, which seems to be the common foundation color, and a green door,
like it.
and propose to,
51 oranges like that.
and propose to put a chimney, what is,
51 orange is green with a green door.
Yeah.
I believe.
would
What
that
about
maybe
white-
be something that
white-
could go through staff?
White clapboard and white windows, like,
It's white
Abby's
clapboard.
showing one house as an example of that. You wanna just pass that around?
no, I have the
Oh,
thing,
A27. 51
but there's
orange.
only one. It just seems like a lot of white.
Well, 40 orange is on that same page, and it's also white, but with a dark door.
What, yeah,
That has black sash.
Oh, it does have black sash.
and 51 has black shutters or green shutters or something to break up the white.
Personally, I'd rather see a gray clapboard,
Yeah,
a little less formal.
41 Union Street has got a green door, a dark green door.
I love the Essex green
all right,
door.
I'll throw a motion
Yeah,
out,
give it a try.
see what happens.
Yeah,
Motion to approve through staff with the following changes. The parge on the foundation to just be plain parge without
scoring.
the scoring.
Mm.
And the parge to be painted green
Mm-hmm.
to match the front door, which
Mhm.
will be green,
Okay, Essex green.
Essex
I
green.
think there's another name for it.
Yeah.
Like garden green now?
The
Garden.
clapboard to be a gray,
Mm-hmm.
and the windows and doors can stay white.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Um,
And how about the
Chimney?
and to
roof walk?
hold the, add a chimney back in the
Yeah.
roof walk?
Well, so we have to make sure that, so Doug's suggesting adding back the chimney so that he can move forward with the roof walk. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And to continue, to add the chimney back. And to separate out the landscape items from this application.
You got everything. Okay, all those in favor of Val's, very, well worded, motion.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold 1 second.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're good, John? Okay, all those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Diana, are you gonna be able to write that down?
Yeah, I got it all right
She
here.
was writing it down right when you were, when it was coming out of your mouth. Well, where's the 15 Life Restaurant?
32 Union Street.
Oh, yeah, I remember when John made a motion to approve that.
Actually, he suggested it to the applicant.
Yeah,
Windows, white, front door is green.
he said, how can you see out of a front door if it's all wood?
How do I know where to come in unless I can see where the coat rack is?
Yeah, we're ready, sorry, the guest house, yeah.
Jesse, are you all done with that application?
That's right. Wording.
This is Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Oliver.
Yeah, same board.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so as with the house, I put together some precedent photos for you on this one. And again, I have a full size if anybody needs to see it.
Oh, I don't look at that. Thanks, sir.
Wall Street is not really the neighborhood. I
Well,
don't
so,
think Wall Street is really the neighborhood.
no, that's true. But, you know, really what I was just trying to capture here is there are some tall, skinny buildings that are secondary, you know, ancillary structures to other buildings.
But not on this street.
Well, 29 Union is on this street.
Correct.
61 Orange is, you know, on the backside of the hill.
You know, the other thing I'll say.
29 Orange though has a door. It looks like a house what's facing the street.
Well, and look at the 29 Orange.
29 Union.
You're doing, Doug, is 61 Orange Street, which is right down, it's actually on Fair Street.
Correct.
And I walk by it all the time, and every time I walk by it, I cringe. It is just so vertical. It's just so shoehorned in there. So,
right, so-
thank you for the precedence.
So just from last time, what we did change was, I honestly can't read the height that used to be, so I need your help.
It was
here.
24 something.
So it was 24.6.
It was 22.9.
Now it's 22.9, which we accomplished by just squeezing the wall heights down. And actually,
You changed the
there
roof
was an
pitch.
intermediate step where I changed the roof pitch from I think I had a 12 originally, down to a 10.
Okay. Arthur, got comments
I have
on,
no comments.
nothing on this one? Okay, thank you. Okay, guys.
For me, I think it's the verticality on this street in this location. I'd like to see it broken up somehow. Are you in a lack of, ground cover? In other words, like if you put a bump off the side somewhere, it could go a long way. To
Like if
sort
we
of
made it
ground
wider.
it.
Oh, if you made it wider, you'd be helping yourself.
Yeah, I mean, we could make it a little wider. It would have to go towards the house, which would make the gap between the house and this a little bit narrower.
Well, what's
And
the
I
gap-
just wanna,
what's the gap now?
I don't know if you scrolled to that page yet, but the last page in your set is actually a streetscape. That was from this very helpful neighborhood study from 1970.
No, we don't have that.
Yeah, you do.
No, you do. It's on the big set.
A 3.2.
So it shows the existing and proposed of that entire streetscape.
Have you
Yeah.
looked up Union Street on the house in from the corner of Flower and Union? It's 43 Union. It's the White House with the little bay window and then the little garage. And then right next to it is the old coffin house, and then you have Mulberry coming down.
Right.
Laura.
What about it?
Huh?
I'm sorry, what about it?
That's a garage. It's been there, goes with the house for quite some time. It's a pretty good width. It's only a single
Right.
story, but you could go up. But it's a very simple one, fits in well there, if you hadn't noticed it.
I've noticed it, but it doesn't accomplish what my client is looking for, which is to have a little studio from the top side of the yard, so that he's going in at grade at the back end of it.
Right, because there is no more room behind those two houses, the Coffin House or 43. So it's just a good shape, that's all.
And the other thing I would remind you about is that, from the Sanborn map booklet that I brought last time,
Yeah.
there was a structure in that back corner previously that would have been up on top, so it would have been above the retaining wall that's there today. So it actually would have been very much the same height in terms of where the ridge is today.
But
Or
it
where
would
we're
not-
proposing
it would
the ridge.
be
That's totally not what we're.
Unbroken.
Okay, so, Doug, following your logic, so we look at the west elevation. West elevation is what's sitting on top of that high point. West elevation looks fabulous. It's great. But the problem is, that's not what we're gonna be looking at. We're gonna be looking at the east elevation, which cascades down that wall and therefore becomes this really tall, vertical-looking thing. And I actually think that the streetscape bears that out, right, you know. And the other weird thing is, almost all those buildings are eve forward, with the exception of this one.
I think that's much too tall.
Yeah,
There.
I think that's the main issue. I believe that's what Val said a little earlier, was its verticality.
Well, maybe I can try to
Yeah.
squeeze it down a little more and
Make it-
squeeze it
Make it
wider for you.
wider and lower, and it'd get it into proportion. More comments on this guy?
What, what you're putting brick on the foundation, is that correct? Or what is it?
Well, since we just got the house approved with parts, probably want to change that to parts as well.
I don't know, I haven't thought about that yet, but, so on the east elevation, I guess that's the most important one. I'd like to see that the roof come down a couple of feet to make it squatter, like, 7 School Street and 86 Main, 3 walls, just a little bit lower, a little bit wider. I'd like to see just one window in that elevation. And I'm not sure about the parging. Is there any, here's a thought. What if, people aren't gonna like this, but what if you brought that stonework around into the foundation that you have for the retaining wall and made it, sort of incorporated that into the
I love the idea. I don't know that I could find a precedent for it.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know, I think.
Yeah.
Well, it would look, with your tongue and groove and your diagonals, I don't know, it's just something to think about.
You know, Abby, I think it would look great, but I think that on Union Street, in terms of the context there,
I have a context. I think it's, I'm not sure if it's at the beginning of Union, just to the left there, before you can shoot up, is it Mulberry Lane?
yeah, Mulberry.
There's a foundation there that's all stone, and it's pretty neat looking. And we don't have a lot of it, but do you know where I'm talking? It's near 56 Union, maybe? The restaurant?
Well, just past that.
Yeah.
Do
you know the one I mean? It has a blue door.
Haunted house, the 47 that has it's got like a bay sticking out over the sidewalk.
It has a stone foundation.
Yeah, it's a
What
big-
about
like-
getting rid of
it
the
is a blue
doors
door,
facing the street?
Yeah.
Hamilton blue.
Yeah.
Make those or get rid of that double door and put something in front of it, a shorter retaining with some planting or something to sort of mitigate.
Well, say that again.
To wrap the
So
retaining
if
wall
you
around
got
in
rid
front
of
it.
the shed doors, which, you know, is it really gonna be used as a shed?
The shed doors, the number 3 doors?
Yeah, and,
I thought that was a garage door.
But
well, it's a
for,
little
like, bike
tiny
storage.
10 by 5 shed
Yeah,
inside.
it's bike
Okay.
storage.
Okay.
6 feet.
And tier something there, like a shorter retaining planting bed with something. It's just a thought.
Why is it so necessary to have such a tall retaining wall?
Well, that's another thing, maybe he can tier that eventually.
That's almost 4 feet tall.
Not way up
It's more
front.
than that.
Yeah, I was thinking it was up front too.
Yeah, this is set
Well, it's-
way back.
Yeah, the one on the left is set back. The one on the
Like
front,
6.
or on the right, is towards the
Nothing
front.
like that now.
We could maybe firm it down, but
That's 9
I've got the same
steps.
situation. Right on Lily Street, we've got the bank coming down so steeply. My retaining wall is almost over 5 feet. So sometimes you just have to deal with the grade. So I
I
Well-
mean, the yard is there. I mean, it's,
No, and I see there's retaining, but with all the steps, it just is overwhelming. Maybe you could do 2 steps and a
maybe a landing.
Landing.
and plant or something, I don't know.
I don't think, say, in that whole stretch until you get up to Liz Coffin's house, do you see a retaining wall over 3 feet.
I think you're on your way to something.
John, do you have anything to add to the conversation?
I brought it up on the previous, you said to hold it. When I'm looking at here, where the steps are going up on
Yeah.
A31, there's a window and a window well.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Because when I look at it here, this here, this one here, these stones are back here, I take it. This is, you can walk through there. There's no window well. See, it's
No,
here.
that's not a window. This is above grade. This is up here. This window is up here.
Right.
This is a planting bed here. So
Planting
there's
bed.
a planting bed
Planting
at this level here.
Didn't know what it was.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so, did I
Motion to
just,
hold for revisions?
thank you. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. See you next time. Okay, 28 Eel Point. Actually,
You know the house I need?
I do, and I'm gonna look at it. You know, the thing that has a
Ryan's not
is
gonna
it's
look
got
at.
Keep
really
it going.
So it's got
Just keeping those?
all
Yeah.
in one,
Okay.
and, you know, I mean,
I know, well, why can't they do that?
just take some time for it to patina. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to look at it, because I think it'd be a fabulous look.
Yeah.
It's just on that street, I'm
Oh, boy.
mildly.
I don't think I'm on this
Bucks
one,
County.
thank God.
Yeah.
This is the irritating on the hill thing.
Okay.
I'll go, oh God.
No,
Not on this one.
maybe I had a dream or something. You said, oh, we made some major changes to this one. We're gonna be so happy. I think it was a dream.
Who's on this, John?
Yeah, who,
Paul, Camp, and Welch.
oh my God. Okay,
So we made changes to the garage based on the last comments.
yeah,
But since you got the house open, I feel like, I know that you want to talk about them both. So I figured we could just start with the house.
let's start with the house.
Sure. So I wanted to just reiterate, in the packet, there should be reductions that we put together. I think Abby, you're holding them. So these are color, kind of like watercolor renderings we've done that just show the color combination that demonstrate the gray trim and that blue, slate blue sash. We're open to other combinations, but definitely I think the gray, and I know this may not be a big deal for you, but for our clients to go from the white to the gray was a big change. And I do think that it actually will help quite a bit.
I agree.
We did, going back.
Was that a new thing?
We discussed it at the last meeting. And,
We discussed it, and
but it
then-
wasn't official, so
Okay.
that rendering is just to kind of show you what it would look like. I also think that it's important to look at the house, and we did make some adjustments to the outer edges of it, to the sides of it. We dropped it down to a hip roof, so that I think that helps mitigate the quote unquote scale there. Because if you really look at it, the main mass of the house, the second floor of the house, is not this expansive footprint. It's really relegated to those two primary dormers, if you will. So we did kind of just wanted to, again, this is, again, some context. We took some more photographs. We had initially just given these aerials of the site, the satellite images, with highlighted footprints of structures that were larger or equal in scale and size. And so what we did add to this packet, though, was some street views. So the last 2 pages are all homes that are within a roughly a quarter of a mile. So anything that's in, actually, all the photographs that show the elevations of the homes from the road are located within that satellite image, which is roughly, I think, of a quarter of a mile. So very close in context. There's just some even larger homes that are visible from Eel Point Road.
They're not on a hill.
But I didn't want to go too far outside of our area. And my primary point in showing you this is just to reiterate that, if you look at our elevations, specifically the color renderings, you'll see that if you compare a lot of these homes in elevation, this front mass is not out of scale. You know, it's not this massive structure that, you know, we've kind of talked about it as. These are all within the same context, and in many cases, these are there's other houses that are larger, longer, you know, full 2 stories, less, you know, 1-story elements. So I just, you know, I think that when we first came in here, you know, the way that we presented the structure, I think it did look larger, but I just want to kind of bring us back down to, you know, get our feet on the ground here and just say, look, this is the context and this is our proposal. And I don't think that it's a massive departure from what's out there, number one. Number two, in that packet, these color rendering, or just schematic renderings, the last 2 pages, if you look at it, you'll see that the house, this is the perspective. And again, we're trying to show, you know, there's a lot of context in terms of vegetation that I think could help us, because if you look at the site from the road, there's a lot of like these existing vegetation that we plan to keep, but I know that you can't really approve something based on existing vegetation. So I just want to reiterate that when we show you these renderings, these are shown devoid of any vegetation front of the house, which is not going to be the case. But I think in the interest of doing a proper analysis, you know, this is helpful. What this last page rendering does show you is that this is the existing topography. This is existing, this is unmanipulated, this is the slope that it is. And this is also the same location of the existing house. And if you go back to the site plan, which is on your cover sheet, we actually showed the existing footprint of the existing house in red, and then we also show the new proposed dwelling. And they're almost in the identical location, and square footage wise, footprint wise, they're similar. I know that the form is slightly different. The other thing I want to point out on the site plan is that the pink or the light patching indicates the second floor area. You know, so basically when you look at the house, there's a lot of 1-story additive pieces to it. But what I think a lot of these homes present themselves, it's really what's on the second floor. So I just thought that was an interesting diagram. So going back to this rendering, you know, the way that this house sits in the landscape, I don't think is too dissimilar from a lot of the houses in the immediate area. Where I do think that I don't think it helps is the garage. So this is, this is with the garage, right, and without. And I think that what I've heard from the board a lot is that the garage, because it's forward of the house, which is not uncommon for many of these homes in the area, it makes, maybe it's presenting itself too far forward and too tall. So
that's been
that's been definitely a big issue there. So we made most of our changes to the garage, but I just want to kind of point that out that, you know, if we had come in with the house and then the garage, maybe, you know, we wouldn't be in the same spot here. What I want to say that we did do to the garage was we actually took 2 feet of height out of it. The hesitation about, we did look at pulling it further away from the house. There's a lot of reasons why that doesn't work. But we basically took 2 feet out of the house. We changed the roof pitch. I know that there was a lot of, nobody really liked the gambrel style. That's what I gathered from when John presented it. It was a way that
That's right.
So we went with this traditional straight gable 1.5-story structure. We were able to take 2 feet out of the height.
2 feet out of the height vis-a-vis the gambrel that you had presented.
Well, from the original roof pitch was kind of like a salt box.
Yeah.
The gambrel, I don't think was any shorter than that, but the 1.5-story straight gable did take, it's actually just under 2 feet, so it's like 111 or something like that. We also, the other thing is, we also did, which I think is critical, is on this side of the garage, we had actually cut out a drive-out basement under the garage.
Right.
And so it looked like it was a 3-story structure.
Correct.
We've scrapped the drive-out. So we were planning to just keep the grade the way it is. And so your foundation exposure on this side is going to be basically like maybe 4, because it still slopes, you're still going to get, you know, 4 feet, something like that at its highest. But previously we had cut out, and we were trying to get a garage bay out of it. And so we've eliminated that.
Can you remind me of something?
Sure.
So was the plan always to have garage bays, almost like a double-decker garage, where you had a lower level garage and then you had the higher level garage?
Yes.
And you're just abandoning the
and
lower.
abandoning the basement, because that's, you know, we've taken all of your comments to heart and really tried to analyze what, and I feel like a lot of it is the garage, and that's why we kind of separated them and told them apart.
Well, frankly, the other plus to that is it minimizes the disruption to the existing landscape
Yes.
that you're viewing in front of this whole house. You know, in that earlier scenario, you had to cut away all this grade to be able to get you down to that lower level.
Quite a bit. Quite a bit.
Okay, thank you.
So, anyways, this is the house, the garage is behind it. I think that we wanted to, I know Stephen, you wanted to look at them together, and so we're looking at, I don't know, so we're looking at the garage too now, or how?
Well, we actually did look at the garage. It was in your little, this
Yes,
rendered
yes,
set
yes,
here.
yeah.
Not full size, but it's.
Actually, all four sides should be there.
Huh?
Yeah, all four.
Yeah, I just said not full size.
Full size,
The
I didn't say
reduction.
four sizes, yeah. I'm losing my hearing. So, love to hear what the board has to say.
All right,
Mr. Chair,
Matt, thank you. Bless you, John. You ready?
Yeah, a couple questions first is, Matt, looking at your, thank you first of all for the additional information. I think it's helpful. I'm not certain that it addresses my concerns, but I wanna get some information before I make that determination.
Sure.
If I'm looking at your illustration, which shows the front of the house, and you've got what appear to be, grade intervals laid out at relatively, they seem to be relatively even.
Mhm.
Are these actually the topo lines?
I believe they are,
The
yes.
grade, and what are, so if I'm looking at the right-hand side, under the trees, which would be, to the right of the front door facing from Eel Point, what's your interval there? Is it 2 feet? It kind of drops off?
Do you mind if I look over it, because my reduced set doesn't show that?
Yeah. So here, you've got, you come out the front porch, and you go over, and there's a drop off of 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. Are those 2 feet intervals?
I believe they're a foot.
Okay, so that would be a 4 foot.
Yeah.
And then,
And again, the finished floor elevation is at 46, which is the existing home's finished floor elevation.
okay, so my concern, Matt, I want to address a couple of things I think should be appropriate. Your images of the other structures in the area, where are those? There you go. Oh, thank you. I think I said before, I don't want to rehash things I've said because I don't think a lot of it has changed. But with respect to the size and the proportions, I think I did say that this design would be, in my mind, appropriate in many of the locations you've outlined, and perhaps even more appropriate than the designs that exist in those locations. I think that the mass and the proportions work well together as a design. What doesn't work well with the mass and the proportions is the fact that this is a house on a hill. And it will be some 29 feet above the street. If my counting is correct, to the bottom of this page, at least 29 feet. I understand it's finished floor is 46 feet above sea level, but to Eel Point Road, it's at least 29 feet. And that's to the top of the retaining wall, and then I think add another 2 feet. So it's 31 feet from the street. So that's my primary concern with this. And then in conjunction with that, because it is so high up, and it is a house on a hill, then the concerns of it being too much left to right came into play. So if it weren't on the hill, left to right massing proportion wouldn't be an issue, but it is a house on a hill, so that, and I don't see any other way to address it other than creating a differentiation in the massing. One of the suggestions that had came up, I think, at the last meeting was...
Sorry, I just want to, I want to make sure I understand. A differentiation in the massing, meaning a step down in the program.
Step down, yeah, there's
Okay.
got to, there, to me, but thank you for asking for clarification. One of the things that came up was that perhaps that on the right-hand side of the structure, again, facing from Eel Point Road, so it would be your north. Actually, excuse me, John, it would be your west elevation. That's where you have a precipitous change in grade, and the structure kind of looms over it. And I think a suggestion was made to, I didn't make it, but I don't know that I disagree, to consider relocating the garage and then moving it forward towards Eel Point, so that what you're doing is you're disguising the large transition in the grade where the house meets the existing hill on the west elevation. And you're also stepping up the sense of massing from Eel Point Road, because as the garage is pulled slightly more forward towards Eel Point Road, it can drop down a little bit, and that may help be successful. Other than that, my concerns remain the same.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask a quick follow-up question? To
Sure.
Stephen's points? So, as far as the main house is concerned, if we could actually create more of a break in the massing, i.e. maybe on these roof lines, kind of creating more of a drop or a break for that.
In terms of the, again, to the extent that this is a house on a hill, I think between the two gambrels would probably be more successful than trying to eliminate it off your more western elevation.
Okay. Because I think we can
correct
work on that. And then my other thought about the garage, the issue with pulling the garage further away, it becomes less useful in terms of like parking and walking to the house.
Sure.
So if we're confronted with that, my thought was to make the garage a one-story structure. Like, just trying to make it like.
You
maybe,
shouldn't use that to ransom us, because we're gonna go for it.
I don't want to ransom. I've been holding off on it because it's. I mean, the owner likes to train, he does triathlons, and so this area above the garage.
So then walking a further distance to the garage is healthy. It's healthy.
True. Well, so I'll take that under advisement, but the moving it, I guess my key point is that the scale of it, and so that will be something we'll talk about. It is something we have talked about. So
scale of
the garage, either like pulling it further away and down and disconnecting it from the garage.
I feel like that's your biggest problem.
Yeah,
honestly.
Yeah, or it goes down to a one-story structure. Like I was thinking, like a hipped roof, a low-slung hip. We actually did a couple studies of it, and it really stinks to lose that second floor area over that garage, but that might be where we're at.
It's not a small house.
Yeah.
So, if you're looking for a gym or something, I'm sure you could be able to find another home. But, Stephen said something ages ago that really resonated with me, and that was the fact that, you've got this hill, right? And it tapers off on the east and west, well, it tapers off on every side, but specifically it tapers off on the east and west side, fairly precipitously. And the current footprint sort of is on the top of the hill, but now that the building has gotten wider, it feels like, whoa, there's these pieces kind of like falling off the edge. The garage being the piece on the east that's doing that, and then this, thank you for making a reduction on that, but it still sort of feels like it's falling off. So, yeah, and I was also trying to reconcile, like, I'm looking at this western piece on the north elevation and it appears flat, and then I look out on the western elevation and I see the grade has dropped quite a bit. See that?
Here?
Yeah, so you look at the north, look at the west side of the north, flat, and then I look at the west elevation and it's way down there. So I don't know where that grade line is being taken.
Well, there's retaining.
Yeah. It's like, I think this section cuts like from over here.
All right, well, that's a detail, but
may I comment on that though?
Yeah.
Because I think it's really important. We're looking at these elevations, Matt, and I'm not suggesting this is anything, you're trying to fit everything on the page. But we're looking at these elevations, and really what we're seeing is the cut through the retainage. So there's actually a 4-foot retaining wall in front of this?
2 feet.
I think it's 2 feet.
The
2
to
parking.
8 feet.
Yeah, the parking, there's like a plateau. There's a natural plateau.
Right.
That's generally 2 feet from. It's a 2 foot retaining wall, and that's plateaued. But to your point, like, yeah, obviously the further you go to the east and west, it slopes off.
Okay. So I mean, I'm not trying to. I just want to make sure we're clear on what we're looking at, because that's here again. This would be appropriate in so many locations. but it's the height aspect and retainage.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Sorry.
Abby?
Okay, so, let's see. All right, so I'm just questioning the roof walk at all, but it breaks up the roof line. So I'm wondering, is that roof walk too small? Because it looks so dinky up there. When you've got,
Look at how big it is in this one.
that is probably more what it should look like
With
on the
lines.
front of the house, is my opinion. I think that roof walk looks sort of really minuscule up there. I'm questioning your windows, because they're also adding to the verticality of this. And, you know, these are minor things, but I think if it was a different pane configuration, it might not seem so vertical. Right now, it seems very, almost Victorian, even though you've got these gambrels.
Mhm.
Especially the window in the third floor, it seems that could be more squared
One over the front
off.
door.
Mhm.
The other thing drawing attention to this castle on the hill is that the spindles in the decking, the balconies here, I think they're drawing attention to it, and I wonder if you really need those spindles combined with the shingled in decks. That's just appearing kind of busy. And then my last thought on the also, this is just the size of this building. Not that I want to make it look any bigger, but the chimney seems a little thin to me. Like,
Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, you're not gonna really be seeing much of that chimney at all, because it's in the back of the
it's
house.
in the back, yeah, and you're
And so I
so
think when
far
you're down on Eel Point Road,
Right.
looking back, if
Okay.
you see that chimney at all, you're just gonna see a little
just-
sliver of it. But
Okay.
just for what it's worth.
Yeah, all right, screw that then. But the garage, I was, you know, the problem, the big problem child there, I was thinking, what if you didn't have dormers on the second floor? It would take off that wing effect.
There's your compromise. You get less room, but you still get space up there.
Maybe on the east, the backside.
Yeah, and so it's a lot of things. It's a reduction in the perceived mass. It is a simplification of a very complicated assemblage of buildings. So yeah, I think that's a good point, Abby.
Yeah, the thing about the windows that's bothering me is that they look so hollow. You know how sometimes those big 2x2s look, they just look like black eyes? And if it's gonna
So
be
maybe
up
look
there,
at other
maybe something a little
configurations.
more friendly.
Configuration 6/1 or 6/6.
I don't know, did you ever have a different, were they always 2x2s?
Yeah.
The whole time?
Yep, but we can consider other configurations.
All right.
Okay. All right, well, I appreciate your
Yeah,
reviewing this
thanks
and
for
your patience
working with
this.
us.
Like I
I
said,
know
we're-
it's,
trying.
it's a big house in a prominent location.
Oh, for revisions?
Sorry.
You're not. It's just the three of us. Yeah. Okay. So can I have a motion?
Taking the drawings from.
Yeah, I motion to hold for revisions.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Can I?
Go.
The discussion, Matt, I know that you're not, I have complete trust in you, but there is something I think we need to have on these. And
Topo.
When we get to the final, we've lost all our elevation information here. So.
Yeah, put numbers on all
Yeah,
those.
sure.
topos. We don't know whether they're
Your
going up or
intervals,
down.
Not each one of them, but at least every other, and then your top of walls. I think it's important just to.
Sure.
Totally agree.
Actually, yeah, switch part.
All right, well, we gave you our feedback on
Yeah,
the garage.
okay.
All right,
Yeah.
so now can I have a motion to,
Track the garage?
well,
For what?
you know, for revisions? 'Cause
Yeah, I
we
did
did
that.
speak about the garage,
I think I gave this motion to hold for revisions.
for the garage.
For the
All
garage.
those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, great, thank you
We're
very
done
much.
with both of them.
And you got,
Yeah, sorry.
Orange Street, 18. Is this another fun one? Yeah.
Are we moving right on to 18 Orange?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Here briefly.
Yeah.
Oh, with the retainage? How is that?
That's Lindsay, in for the, it's
Yeah.
16 and 18,
Yeah,
orange,
right.
the same.
Yeah. Yep, I remember.
No, you're on.
Whoa. This just had a lot of glazing facing orange.
Yeah.
It still does.
This is Paul, Coons, McLaughlin, Camp, and Oliver.
Yeah, this is the one we.
All right. And then, I know this is not ideal, we're working with somebody who wanted to actually, we have an alternative version here. I don't think it's, well, I don't think it's gonna go in the right direction, but they asked me to.
Is this a Thomas Pheasant project?
No, it's the interior designer is Asar Gambrell.
Oh, Gambrell, right,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do not sound like you're brimming with
Yeah,
confidence.
yeah,
on
Stephen
this.
Gambrell.
I'm not, but I promised I'd at least bring it, because he sent it to us after
Thomas
the
Pheasant's
deadline.
another, like.
It's a small, it's actually just, the only difference is we added a door and a chimney.
Stephen Gambrell.
This is an alternative. This is
No,
an
that's Christopher
alternate that-
Peacock.
Too much.
All these birds running around. No, Thomas Pheasant is a very sort of classical interior guy. What was the alternative version?
It's basically restoring the chimney. Like I said, it's not probably the direction we want to head, but we added a door, added the chimney back, and added a door on the south elevation.
Okay, Matt, as I recall, I thought there was a rather substantial concern with the amount of glazing facing Orange Street. Am I not
So
correct?
they put a lattice on the roof.
Thank you, Val.
Well, that's Okay.
Totally addressed that. Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna go around the table, okay? Well, do you have anything further
I just want
to
to say that I know that, like I said, we did make a number of changes. The stone we removed, they wanted to retain portions of it on the east and the north, which is not going to be visible.
Okay,
from a
fair
public way.
enough.
And as far as
Fair enough.
the glazing is concerned,
Yeah.
The owner or client is just really hoping he can retain as much of that glazing as possible. Now, I did talk about potential ways of screening that from Orange Street, through landscape items, whether it's like, the fence. There actually is a kind of a fairly tall fence.
Yeah.
But I'm just throwing that out there
I may
for
have this
options.
property wrong, but isn't there like this sort of big gate there, and you can see through the gate sort of sweeps down?
But there may be, like, do we put maybe like a fence in front of that? Because it's pretty far back from the road, comparatively.
Maybe it's just because I trespass, but I walk up that drive, to look over the gate, because it's such a great view there.
Yeah.
But gosh, I mean, that would have to be an awfully tall fence to knock out all that glazing. I mean, it'd have to be.
And they have that nice little
6 feet
viewing
tall.
gazebo on the edge of the property.
Yeah.
Matt, why did he want so many windows on the west side, which
Just to provoke us.
faces into Orange Street?
I don't know exactly why, he just really wants it, it's part of the light and the character of the interior of the space, and he just has this vision of a lot of natural daylight, and he's got the doors kind of open to the back side, so I think it's just more of a kind of a spatial feeling he's looking for in the interior. It's not as if he's trying to capture some significant view towards Orange Street.
Right.
It's really just it's more about how the space feels on the inside, which I know is not necessarily your concern, and so like I said.
Okay.
I have another suggestion.
All right, Val, you go. No, we'll come to you.
Around where I am, an older gentleman that lives on the corner has a greenhouse, and the greenhouse is actually set down into the grade. You walk down 2 steps, and it's retained on the interior and all you see is the roof. Perhaps that would help.
To drop the height of it.
It would, yeah.
Yeah, my comment's coming off of Val, and that has to do with the grading, because I don't quite understand how this is going to go. I know this falls steeply down the hill, and I'd like to know what.
Oh, okay. So it actually starts falling, this is a retaining wall right here.
Mhm.
So your hill is right there. This is pretty flat right in here.
So if you look up from Union Street here,
Mm.
is this retaining wall existing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Remember when we were reviewing the gazebo?
Yeah, because I just, I saw
The
that.
gazebo
walking
is sort
down.
of perched by
Yeah,
that wall.
you can see this when you're standing right here.
Oh,
You can see
yeah,
that,
yeah, you
right
definitely
that.
can.
So, so this is the wall right here?
Yes.
Right here?
Correct. That's the top of the bank. But all that yard is pretty flat, I think.
Yeah, it actually slopes a little bit from side to side, but it's funny you guys pointed that out in the last one, so.
But, so to continue with your thought though, you were thinking,
No, I was worried about.
oh,
because
just
we
pitching
worried-
off.
Yeah, because we
Oh.
were very worried about the gazebo, what we were going to see from Union, because they wanted to move this up 2 feet in the air, and then we were going to see a lot of its skirt on the
Yeah,
outside.
I think that I think Lindsay's landscape plan has it dropped.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it's primarily the
Fenestration.
the fenestration.
Well,
on the
hang
west.
on, we haven't gone all the way
sorry.
around. I just wanna make sure that we get everybody, all right?
Yeah,
So-
just one more question, how does this relate to the main house? This architecture?
The rakes, I would say, and the corner boards, the glass, the light configuration is similar in terms of pane size. So, brick. So it has similarities. I wouldn't say, obviously the eave and the gutter return is more, neoclassical style. But I thought the secondary additive masses of the main house of both 16 and 18 orange follow suit with this. They may actually have shadow boards as opposed to just a simple square rake. We thought because it's an ancillary structure, it should not be as formal.
Do you have stone on?
I know, I have a street view from Google.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me, sorry. John, do you have anything to say about this application?
Yeah, see, it's amazing that the west elevation is towards the street.
It is, yeah.
This is from Doug.
You know, it's, a lot of glass, it says over 50% penetration. So,
It's almost 100%, I think.
yeah. The other side, I'll just say it.
Okay.
I
So
find it-
you share the
Oh,
concern about the amount of glass facing Orange Street. So, let's see, that was John, Diane.
I agree with that. When you look at the site plan, that little cottage runs right in between 16 and 18. So you have a direct view of it up the driveway, and the trellis on the roof is very cute, the chimney's cute, and the shingled wall is cute. But 4 windows along
Yeah.
that is not cute.
Yeah.
I understand him wanting sun, but if you reduced it down to 2, there's so much sun you could cram into that room.
It'll blow the roof right off.
Right. And it comes up against the garage doors of the east elevation. If it faced the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so I think we know what the main issue is here. Should we hold for some revisions?
Yeah, motion to hold for.
Oh,
revision.
minor.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure, okay. Because the next one's gonna take a little time, I think. Okay, 5-minute break, everyone.
Start now.
Sign these.
Quick, come on now.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I hope that helps.
Yeah, I think so.
I know it's not where you
I mean,
thought you'd be.
I think massing wise, getting more breaks, like
Does
make
orange
that
is
ridge.
good.
That
Yeah.
one,
Are they orange?
So
in
one,
between the gambles, if you could do some there.
yeah.
Tangerines.
The big question is whether or not you take, in my opinion, whether you take
Tangelos, but they,
like
they
one
would
right side of it and swing it around the back.
And the other, I know we're not talking about this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is, we can sit there,
Yeah.
it's a public discussion. Is, and I'm not designing for you, but you know, I know he wants to retain his 46 foot.
Yeah.
But what if the whole building isn't 46? What if there's some areas that just step down? Because that might
Have
help
you-
with your.
Ray,
Because it
have
seems
you
like it's so
seen
much
any of the new
And you know,
designs
his maybe really-
of the 40B?
I haven't seen them, but Lisa has the package. Oh, you know, that is gonna be a discussion.
I know it's on the corner of Ranger
The
Road.
new designs for the
And I'm
40B.
just looking at that and thinking.
So it's up under other business tonight.
Whoever.
So here's the thing. You know, they're presenting
I don't know what it is,
tomorrow
but
night.
It looks to me like it's much higher than I am.
And so Chris Dalmas, who's now the architect of the project, he's gonna be in town, so he wanted to hear from the HCC, and John said, oh, can we do a Thursday meeting? And I said, I'm not gonna be here, so I'm not gonna be here Thursday. And he said, well, would it be all right if other people came and gave their comments? And I said, sure, you know, the more the merrier. So we have to check in with John at the end of the meeting, but I think there might be a meeting on Thursday to review that, but then we would be doing another meeting after that to look at it even more.
So that's independent.
The meeting on Tuesday,
Wednesday.
no, the meeting I went to on Tuesday
Oh,
night.
last Tuesday,
Right,
yeah.
where they said 3 times that we, the HCC, had reviewed the drawings
Oh.
and approved them. And the reason I went was Paul Durensis asked if I would be there,
And really,
because I had already
it's
said
not
once
like it's
before
not, and, you know, have the access.
that
to
we
it,
had not
so and I knew
reviewed
that,
the
like,
drawings, and we had not
that
seen
helped
them.
me
Yeah.
28, so.
And
I-
the
and it just is
slimy
what it is,
little
that's just natural.
person
And that's where the original.
said, oh, yes.
My feeling is that
And
it's
I said,
gonna
will you
change.
find the meeting
presentation
notes?
currently
Oh, did you call him on it?
obviously
Yeah.
changed.
Oh,
And
great.
That's why I
probably
was
dramatic.
there, was
And that's probably why they're now wanting to come
But right now,
before
it
the
just
board.
looks,
Right.
it looks like this has been built up
But
on a
they-
hill.
And it's sand.
Yeah.
they were
That's why. So
the worst
if that was dirt,
prepared, and
Or
the
you stick out-
ZBA for the first
because
time
that was all grass and it was just like, oh.
it sounded like they
And you can see where the
somewhat what they
existing
were
grade
talking about,
started.
except that woman,
Again, I
I
wasn't,
knew that.
oh, I
house was
don't know
an
who
outfit.
she is.
but I went in, I
But
was sitting at the
she's
table
with the
and,
kids.
Yeah, I know who you mean.
McCarthy.
Yeah, McCarthy. Yeah.
And the
and John Peck
chairman
was there. And we were looking at it.
is
God, what's going on? Did we
so
make a
rude.
mistake?
Yeah.
Did they make a mistake?
He's rude
Somebody made a mistake
Yeah.
if
to
this
the
is what's
people
gonna
who
look like
get up
when
and
it's done.
speak,
Yeah.
he's rude
But then
to the
I go out there, we've got some
public
calendar.
that's there to,
I said, this is gonna change.
to ask questions.
It's
But
gonna be
anyway,
mitigated at least.
I mean, I think once it's all, it's not gonna look nearly, it just looks like a big pile of sand right now.
He's rude to everybody, by the way.
All right.
Oh,
It's not acceptable.
he's like a curmudgeon. Eddie
So
Toole.
I knew that that's part of it, but that's again, it sounds.
Well, his
That's his
last name
nature.
fits his
Well, and I get that the
behavior.
plan wants to keep it to you, but it seems
Oh,
like
he can be
some-
okay.
He's funny, but like, boy, you get him behind you get in
ZBA?
in a position of power, and all of a sudden he gets very dismissive.
But
And,
Postner
It's almost like from the front
Are those
door
better?
over
and Jamie
on the right side.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
and
what
the
you
little
could do.
short
so
guy they
that's-
had who did
That's the side that's most unfortunately, that's the side that we've
Didn't
already
have an
stepped down,
answer.
the addition.
But
Right.
and added a
That's where we
massive-
took off.
You know,
They were, it's like they happened to stop it at the
Yeah.
meeting
I'll drop them
and
off.
thought they would talk.
And that was like a big.
that's why I can't believe you're having another meeting
I love these bad
But I
boys.
don't think they were.
tomorrow, right? Tomorrow?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
too early.
It's like boom, 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 and
I'll
it doesn't
try
even
it.
allow
That
them
way it's
enough
like
time
that's
to
the
actually
way that
go
it plays
back
out. It like
and
tunnels.
do the
So this
research.
is
I think they're
fun.
just trying to, hustle
It's just like-
through
Yeah,
it.
I think they're trying to, well, yeah, they're trying to ramrod it through. They're doing the same thing with
I
SPPS.
don't see why we couldn't.
Yeah,
Right.
they
It's not like
wanted,
they did a main view
last night they were asking
height.
for an order of petition.
Looking out,
No. I mean, you don't wanna make it a ton of steps, but if I drop.
Wow,
this-
no kidding.
And then you drop like
Before the holiday.
24 inches of 3 steps.
I mean, I wanna be clear, to me,
Yeah.
the other side is between the gatehouse, that second floor.
I don't know.
Like this might help.
I get it, I get it.
I haven't made one in months. There's always
I can,
I don't know whether,
And I don't
in the
know.
secondary.
I gotta get
If I
Diane
could
What's
take
that?
here on
cable
Thursday.
bridge.
American classic.
American
Yes,
classic.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
we have.
I mean, I always say in your pitch.
Let's just ask John.
Yes.
So, given that I'm not gonna be here and Stephen,
I don't wanna
is it a next?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not
I
either.
think I can.
Oh, well,
That's
there
something
you
I'm
go.
gonna start.
Okay, so Diane, you don't have to worry about Thursday, but they wanna come see us as soon as possible, so.
I'm getting a little bit.
John will be in touch with them, I guess.
Yeah.
Who wants to
Thanks,
see
Steve.
us?
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
sure, I hope it helps.
You want some?
Santa.
Zoning Board of Appeals for,
There's some healthy stuff too.
for
Oranges and
$100.
I got carrots. I'm sure no one's gonna want
That's
carrots.
taken over Matt's
Oh,
job,
Perfect.
which is the reason I went to the meeting.
thank you for these, Elizabeth.
Hey, John,
Yeah.
are these consent with conditions?
Yeah. I can tell
But
you.
I don't, there's, oh, I see, it's underneath, never mind. Let's see. Steven's here, Abby's here. Are we ready?
Yeah, you can.
Rolling,
Looking
rolling,
at 'em.
rolling.
You just needed to sign that. All you needed to do was sign
I
that.
found it. Yeah, okay, I'll do the rest when Lisa's here. Okay. We back in session?
Thank you.
All right. We're now at 12 Westerwick.
All right. That'll be for you.
I don't know how I ended up with those.
I'll take that. For you guys.
I'm not on this. So I
Hello,
have to-
Elizabeth.
Hi,
Good. How's it going, Robert?
You're not
Hey,
on
John.
Southwest.
No, I was on the opposition side, remember? Over there.
Oh, I was gonna say we had a half an hour.
For what?
Okay.
If you weren't on this, I'd say we have a half an hour.
Okay. So this is the new dwelling.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Dutra, and Oliver is recused.
Right. You are on it,
Cause I
John.
was down here.
You are on it. Okay. All right. New dwelling first. That would be you, Robbie.
Okay. Are we ready?
I think we're ready. Yes, thank you.
If you guys recall, we just had a few minor revisions. Okay, so if we go to sheet 6, those were the two elevations that those revisions addressed. Okay, so very top drawing. John, if you go to sheet 6, I have all the revisions lined up. So, the very top drawing was our first
top left.
The top left.
Right.
And the top right for that matter.
All
Okay,
right.
those are the two elevations that pertain to the revisions that we're addressing. So the 13th was the first the first submission. The 20th was the next with the dormer change, some window changes, doors, so forth. We brought the scale down a bit. The 12-4 option number 1 shows the break in the porch gable.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the elongation of the porch on the right-hand side that Abby requested, which with the little cloud mark on the right-hand side is there for.
Oh, yeah.
Then option 2 is the one that I prefer, and that's without the break in the gable over the porch. And other than that, those two elevations are exactly the same.
Actually, they're not.
Hmm?
Not to put too fine a point on it, but your option 1, the dormer to the right of the porch runs in, and in option 2 it doesn't.
Right, so that is because I realized that I had a detail problem right there. Okay?
So I'm gonna imagine that you want the option 1 version of that.
I'm sorry?
You want the option 1 version of that.
Yes, I do. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay? I would prefer the gable not to have the break in it. I think it's just a little bit cleaner. The drawing on the right-hand side does exactly the same thing. That's just my opinion on that gable. I'm happy however way you would like it.
All right. Oh, do any of you want to speak on the house application? Good, okay, thank you. Then I'm gonna turn it over to the board. Okay, so Abby, are you ready?
Well, so far, at a glance, I like the revisions. So, I don't really have anything to add.
Okay. Jesse, how about you?
Yeah, I like option 2 over option 1. And I'm okay with you.
Okay. Other than that, you're fine?
Yes.
The revisions?
Yeah.
All right. Diane?
What, Ron, what were you saying about option 1 of the south elevation? You needed the room with that dormer to extend all the way in?
I didn't need the room, but the way that dormer came across and interacted with the face of the building, because
Yeah.
it's all on the same plane,
Yeah.
it made for a very strange and messy detail in that wall. You can't see it. It's behind the column actually.
Right.
That's how I did it. And originally, I had that form when it was a gable end. I had that form pushed back just like it is on the left-hand side. So I didn't have that detail problem. But when I brought it all out in order to change that east elevation. Okay, remember when we changed the east elevation, got rid of all those oh, there it is, the 1113 scheme.
Yeah.
When I got rid of all those windows at the top and we pulled the porchway back and the second floor deck back and we broke up the massing a little bit there. So I pushed that whole form out so it was flush with the living room wall. So when I was going through this, making the changes that Ray suggested, I realized I had a detail problem there. And to fix it, I would like to bring that dormer over and lay it on the roof.
Okay, so you like option 2, right?
I like option 2 to keep not to have the break in the gable that Ray preferred.
Right.
That's my preferred scheme for that gable end over the porch. However, I am good with either one. The consensus of the board.
Well, I like the extension of the deck over. Both option 1 and option 2 look pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I was seeing I don't see much difference between option 1 and option 2, except on option 1, the roof breaks.
Yep.
And on option 2, it does not.
That's exactly right.
And you've got a 30, but you can't combine them, so we have to pick one or the other, right?
Oh, no. So I think what Robbie would like to have would be the simplicity of option 2's porch roof, which is in the same plane as the regular roof behind it, but to retain the dormer going straight across and connecting in with that roof to avoid that little messy dormer detail where he won't be able to shingle the side of his dormer.
Right.
That's right.
So it's kind of a hybrid of the two.
So option 2.5A.
Exactly, 2.5A.
Yeah, I think when I pulled the drawing down in the computer, I grabbed the wrong one.
Right.
Well, so it's just the trickiness of the dormer and the roof.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And otherwise, I'm set with them, so I think it would be easier for what was easiest for the building, because it's just fitting in that dormer and breaking the roof. Right?
Yeah. So, thank you, Diane. Abby, were you done or are you?
No, I'm happy.
You're
with
good. Okay, so I think that, oh, John, what do you think?
In measuring 30%, it's, he's got 51 feet around the house. And 5 to 6, that makes it about, the length of it is about 5 feet, the difference. Which is 5 feet over, you know, so I don't think it's minor, you know.
Oh, okay.
Because you have, because it's under a roof.
Yeah.
Now, usually we don't measure them under a roof. We don't have a roof to measure.
I didn't know that rule, but now I do.
So,
Okay, yeah.
and it's only on 8 feet there, so the rest of it looks good to me.
Okay.
Nice work.
So, and I, thank you for doing the drop in the roof. I don't think it's necessary, having seen it. So I would be okay with, that was option 1, correct?
Drop in the roof was option 1.
Oh, no, then option 2, but you want to have that dormer thing. So I think that we should write that into the approval. So basically, I think what we want to do here is approve option 2, but with the dormer configuration, what elevation is that?
South.
With the dormer configuration as shown on option 1. That would be a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, so the motion is to approve with the option 2, porch roof, but with the dormer as in option 1. Okay? Okay, great. So that's one thing off the table. Now we're gonna go to the cabana.
That's banana stuff.
Yeah, skateboard. Who's that? Skateboarding?
You came in on.
Oh, thank you, sorry.
Have we basically been tracking this, Robin?
Yep. Yeah, the cabana was fine, but I didn't see any reason to approve the cabana until we.
Yeah.
Alright.
We're kind of full.
Where is everybody on the cabana?
pretty tame.
Yeah. John, how you, are you okay with the cabana? Diane's still
I don't know
writing.
that there are any structures like that out there.
That's true.
Like a wide open freestanding porch.
Yeah, I don't know whether you can see right through it, it doesn't matter, or whether the architecture is so odd to the rest of the, the architecture out there is.
Do you have a ground coverage?
I thought
That's why this is completely open,
Has the
right?
pool been up to?
No, the pool is, the pièce de résistance. We're saving the best for last.
I just wanted to make it simple. you know?
Yeah.
You know, tied in with the hip grooves with the house, it keeps a little consistency, it's 14 feet, I think.
14, yeah, it's 14 feet.
Sure, a lot of very glorified sheds in that area though, like with big roofs and, sort of exaggerated small structures.
I mean, if anybody had an issue with its transparency, which I personally don't, you could raise up those boards on the back wall and then it would be opaque. You wouldn't really be able to see through it, at least on from that vista. But let's go around the table. So Jesse, you're on this, right?
Yeah, I am.
What do you think about this cabana?
I have no concerns. It sits pretty low. It's natural to weather.
Oh, is it?
I'm
All
assuming.
natural weather?
I don't remember, but the fence certainly is.
The trim's Quaker gray.
Sorry.
No,
With the house.
all right.
Back into the
Okay.
house in the
It's
trim.
not white. All right. Okay, Jesse, thank you.
What are all the, oh, sorry.
You can ask a question.
No, sorry. I just, there's so many fascias here, and it gives it quite a formal look with, it's in its
Good point.
simplicity, I just.
Oh, you know what? I asked about that earlier. Apparently these are shingle courses.
Oh,
That's not painted stuff. That's shingle. And Robbie says he does it all the time, that I should copy it.
and how high is the, right. So
How
if
high is
there's-
the?
Yeah, if the head, I'm sort of going back and forth about this, that it is an unusual, architecture for the area, but it's so simple. How high are these hedges gonna be, or whatever these are? And
They should
this,
be taken out.
this actually isn't a hedge, is it?
Elizabeth has a landscape.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're looking
my-
at that, but I think that it's gonna be preempted by whatever
Yeah, my
is
question
about to
is,
come up.
are we going to see this after the vegetation is?
See the cabana?
Yeah.
You'll see the top of it.
So if it's 14, then this
The
must.
idea is to screen it like this.
What is the fence, all that is 6 foot
It's
fence?
8.5 feet high, so if something is 6, if the, what a front and floor is like 6 feet, you're only gonna see like 2.5 feet of it.
Right, you'll basically see the roof of it.
We're proposing viburnums, which, go well over that.
We heard from Jesse.
It's me.
John's still working. Yeah, it's for you. Yes.
I understand that fencing is to hide or whatever the pool equipment.
Yes.
Why is it necessary to have a 6 foot high fencing out there in the middle of the field?
Oh,
Well, we can certainly go lower.
Yeah.
Okay.
is that literally what that fence is doing?
Well, it was just for general storage. for things that.
Okay,
that,
so, but
you
it,
know, maybe a clothesline, so
I
that
see.
people, neighbors don't have to see the clothesline, or, lawn furniture, a place to get it out of the weather if it's a stormy day. It's just a place to store some things that are, you do not want out all the time.
that you don't wanna be looking at in the yard.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's much too tall, a 6-foot fence. Take it down to a 4-foot fence or whatever, it's,
I don't think Robbie has an objection to that. That would be
I
fine.
think I'm having trouble visualizing this. It does?
Yes, it
Where?
does.
I got
This cabana?
Oh, I see, right here.
where's the bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
On the east elevation? That,
If you look at the,
floor plan.
yeah, the floor plan.
pool equipment? Oh, somebody see?
Still got John.
It's more like a John.
Exactly what it is.
Well,
Is that
not
a
even
mound
if,
floor,
if
not
the fence goes down to 4 feet, it's, half of a,
Yeah.
Right,
It's
but
not
you
gonna
could have a 6-foot or a 5-foot, whatever it is, right there around the jaw, you don't need it.
oh, okay, so you're only talking about the section of fence that extends outside of the, roof line of the cabana, of the,
Well, that, and I'm just saying that whatever goes along here, where you have the WC and then you have the
Yeah.
ODS, which is the shower, they could have a 6-foot fence and then take out the middle. It's just a lot. We fence off showers and we fence off jobs, but why do
oh,
we need?
okay. So Diane, look at the south elevation for a second.
Yeah,
Okay, so what you're describing, see those 3 little bins in the middle?
yep,
Okay, so what you're saying is on the right-hand side of those bins is the water closet. On the left-hand side is the outdoor shower.
right,
You're saying leave those 2 tall and drop
The others.
the thing in between.
right.
Sounds fine with me.
It's
Just, you're saying so there's not that much high board fencing all over.
right, because there's, and on the same on the north elevation, because it's just, this particular piece of property is visible from all sides,
Correct.
and we want to make it as unobtrusive as possible and keep it looking like sort of the area around it, so I would not have, 6-foot fences going around a long distance.
Well, I think your proposal is a good one. Just keep the high fence in the 2 areas where you need it, around
Right.
the shower and around the water closet, and everywhere else drop it down to 4 feet.
Right. That's what I would say about the,
Okay, I like that plan. John, before I get to you, Abby wanted to say one more thing.
I wanted to say I'm having trouble with this because it's doing a reverse thing on me. And Diane mentioned the word unobtrusive, and I think what's happening is that this is such an unusual architecture that it's actually drawing attention to it. I would just assume see something that related back to the main house. It was just an old-fashioned sort of shed-type building.
He can't do that because of ground coverage. This has to be open. Now, there are certain things that he could do that would give the illusion that it was enclosed, like enclosing it on 2 sides, but he can't enclose this whole thing because it counts as ground coverage.
Okay, but I'm not sure that's my problem.
Oh.
So, what I'm saying is that, I mean, we're here to comment on the architecture.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that it is appropriate.
That it doesn't fit in with the main house.
Or the environment in general.
Right.
You know, in its simplicity, it's actually drawing attention to itself in terms of. First way.
Okay, John,
Yeah, I think that under your fascia board, there should be 2 rows of shingles. You got too much material there.
Okay.
You know, and I have a curious question. You have the air conditioner over here in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
It's not heating this, 'cause that's open.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to the house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's very expensive putting an air conditioner. I was just thinking you put it behind the house in the corner.
Well, that's our best location for it right now.
It's no
Okay,
question.
so if the mechanical people think we need to make some changes or something, then we'll come back in for modification.
Thank you.
okay, so, let's see, Jesse, you didn't have any issues. I think Diane and Abby are having some issues. Well, actually, Diane, your issue was mainly rectified with the, changing of the height of the various fences, is that fair to say?
I would like to see it with the fencing reduced and I would like to have a picture of the main house to see it.
Oh,
It's been some time since I've seen the main house.
well, John can provide you with that.
Well,
'cause
that
we-
was-
we just
But it was
approved
just
it.
the application before this one.
Yeah, it was the new dwelling that was
Yeah.
just approved.
Oh,
It was the
Diane
house,
Yeah.
Was Diane
Yeah.
on that?
Yeah.
Yes, she was.
yes, it was.
so,
But this doesn't look like the main house, that's why I'm saying.
well, the only, look, it's a hip roof structure, and there are hipped roofs wrapping around in the form of porches on this. Is this the final, well, this is the earlier.
That's very close. No, that was nice, that's very close.
Oh, yeah, you're right, I'm looking at the front.
Yeah. It's just a-
Okay, so, Diane, that's the house as approved,
Yeah,
more or less. So,
remember.
the argument for the hipped roof is that those roofs going around at the porches on the first floor are hipped. That's the extent of
Poor
it.
argument.
Yeah, well, a poor argument, okay, I'm
Well,
just
we
saying.
could, we could change it to a gable, I mean, it's just that, I thought that the
You
hip would
could,
be lower
less,
profile,
less
simpler,
impact,
and-
less visual impact,
Yeah.
absolutely, positively.
So I would like to make a thing to hold in, to see the building with the new idea.
With a gable, it would be much
Yeah.
higher, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I would be against a gable, if that's what you mean.
What do you mean by gable?
Well, right now it's a hipped roof structure, and Robbie did that because a hipped roof is, in terms of visual impact in the landscape, it's the most, the least intrusive. So a gable would be more intrusive. It would be more like the roofs on the main house, but it would be, I think, just sticking
you
up
could-
more and.
So what is our solution?
Well, I'm just gonna throw in my 2 cents. I was feeling fine with your solution about making those, the fencing at 2 different heights and
Right.
calling it a day. I mean, it's painted gray, it's got a shingled, fascia board on it. So,
Well, that's-
and it's only 14 feet high.
So the motion would be to approve with the 6-foot fence reduced to the shower and the WC
Yeah, and 4 feet elsewhere.
and 4 feet elsewhere.
I'll second that motion.
All right. All those in favor of Diane's motion? Aye. You on board? Okay, and I think, are you opposed?
Abstain.
Oh, abstain. 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, now the fun stuff.
Is it the same people sitting?
Same, yep.
The blue one planting plan. Diane, giving you a planting.
No, she's good.
Nicole, giving you a
Oh, did I
planting
give him the wrong
plan.
thing this one? Oh, the last one, yeah.
Are you just doing the
This is the
landscape?
pool now.
Doing the pool? You, okay.
This is for the pool, yeah. I'll give you guys.
Oh, have you guys seen this?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
Seems a little heavy.
Sir? This is the pool stuff.
I'm gonna give you, a planting.
What is this?
Privet.
This is,
Privet.
let's see, Sea Star
I'm
Pool.
not going to approve it, I'll tell you that.
So 12 Westerwick Pool.
Correct.
This is not the pool, this is the.
But it is.
Oh, hang on, folks. I think what just got handed out, if I'm not mistaken, is superseded by the plans that you just.
Well, it's more, the ones I'm giving you is more specific, because it outlines, you know, the screening, each plant that we would.
Right.
put, kind of-
Is there contradictory information, though?
I don't think so.
No, okay, all right. So if you really want to know what the real story is, look at the smaller plans, which Elizabeth is going to walk us through right now.
All right, so Elizabeth O'Rourke for the applicant. So we have heard from the neighbor, one of them is here today. Do you want to say your name?
There are 3 of them right here.
Okay.
Joe Gagliano, we had been here last week.
And I'm Joe Scucciarino.
I can't hear you.
Sharon Scucciarino?
Okay, Sharon. Yeah. S-H-A-R-O-N?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we met out there, and I think, so one of the things that happened, the client was, I think, maybe a little gung-ho about his project, and he cleared a lot of the area, and
We noticed.
so I think we should be going a more indigenous route in this area. There's, a lot of, you know, bayberry and viburnums and pines, and it's, all the properties are pretty well screened with that kind of material, so that's what I'm suggesting we do. The client was receptive to that, so that's what we do. So we want to make sure it's screened from a public way. I brought some materials to show that there's other swimming pools in this area, multiple of them, and I went out there to see if maybe there were more that, you know, I hadn't seen on the satellite that have been erected since these pictures were taken. And I've got to say, it was basically impossible for me to see any swimming pools, even the ones that are there.
On the ground.
On the ground. The
Yeah.
pools are in the ground. They're not erected, they're not standing above anything, it's a hole in the ground. So the minute you have a little bit of screening around it, you can't see these things. Now, if you have a neighbor from a second story windows going out on his deck and he's peeking in his neighbor's yard and looking down, sure, he's gonna see something. But I do not believe that this is what your mandate is. Your mandate is from a public way, and I gotta say, when I'm driving from public ways in this area, I can't see swimming pools, and we plan on doing the same thing for this person. So having said that, I'm gonna give you, I've circled the swimming pools that exist in the way in this area, and then I just close up of those as well, so you can see that our client is not the first one to do this. And I believe he bought this property because he had a right to do this. plans, these are existing swimming pools that are here, and this is our plan.
Yeah, I'm fine. This is the subject.
There's only a few.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Existing
Yeah,
swimming
true.
And they're way off the road.
So,
This is our plan.
that's the house.
Yeah, these all have pools, all approved. And these will go up.
On your account, how many pools are in the area?
That I could see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, that I could see.
Yes.
One there, and then there's one.
A point on these pools, some of those sides are against areas that are scrub area. This pool here happens to be in an area where it is visible from, it's in an area that's on a corner plot from both streets. You can see some of these pools, there is like property there that is all open, that is not an issue to neighbors in that, on those sides. If you look at a pool from here to here, look at a pool from here to here, there's no neighbors on this side. The area that we're in is the center of Cisco, the Westerwick and the Trinity roads are the center of Cisco. These have borders or sides that are on land bank areas that have no issue here, and have no issue here, and have no issue here.
No, I agree with you, Joe, that's one way to describe it, but if you go back to what we talked about last time, that's exactly why we're here, and that is pools, in a lot of people's opinion that live there, really have no place in Cisco because it's rugged, it's natural, and the fact that there are 5 or 6 there already is a red flag for many of us, and that's why we're here. And it's all about the natural landscape.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
One second. So, did you finish your presentation?
Yeah, I just feel like, for what we're doing from a public way, we're really taking care of screening it. And I think, you cannot see it from anywhere with the screening that we're proposing to do here, and the fencing.
How
Okay.
about if you plant it and then we decide if we can see it?
So we have to take it all out to build the pool.
Right, do anything
No,
else.
it's not.
Well, interesting concept. Okay, and now I'm sure you guys want to speak.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you wouldn't mind if I use the whiteboard for the.
Go ahead.
What I did here is
Oh, that way.
That part, okay. What I did here is I kind of laid out the area. I know it's just with marker and whiteboard, but I wanted to show exactly where the pool was. And again, this is only 2-dimensional, and I have some pictures here are only 2-dimensional, so it's hard to fit the pool on it. But in this overview here, this is Westerwick,
Mm-hmm.
and this is Trinity. That bisects Westerwick right in half. Wall Street and Davis Street, just to get you oriented. This is Jason's property here, right on the corner of Trinity and Westerwick. And the pool proposal is here, that was just shown with the plantings that are around it. Just one other point though is that.
Oh, can I just say something?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I was orienting myself. The water, maybe I'm the only one that didn't get this. The water is at the top of the page.
Yes.
Okay, so south is up. Okay.
Yes. In fact,
Sorry,
here's
continue.
the
Oh,
compass.
okay, yeah.
Water, and then it goes all the way
Yeah.
down
South
to
is
Carolina.
Okay, because I was
ocean.
like, no, the pool's not there at all. Okay,
South
got it.
is ocean, west is the bike path, the Cisco
Yep.
bike path.
Yep.
East is the start of Bartlett's, and north is, the start of Cisco at Ahab. And this area here is really the center of Cisco. It's about a 1/4 mile in each one of those directions. And this Westerwick is the highest traffic road in Cisco, and Trinity is also a high traffic road. So there's a lot of traffic, there's a lot of public way, there's a lot of horseback riding, bike riding, cars, people that are walking this direction, either direction, to the ocean or down to Bartlett's or to the brewery. And Trinity the same way. So in saying that and get you oriented, I laid out where, again, on magic marker, on pen, approximately where the pool is. Now the pool is 18 by 40, which is, there are a number of pools on the island are 18 by 40, but it is, in my mind, large. I mean, Joe Cagnano's pool in the high school was 50 feet, so this is 10 feet shorter. With the hardscape that's around it, with the cabana that's around it, it's running close to 80 feet. This property line here is 120, so it's almost 60% of the length of the property line, and it's not parallel to it, it is kitty corner to it, so I laid it out roughly where it is and roughly where the house is. So this is the property in question, Trinity and Westwick. Here's the pool and here's the house. Now, in addition to that, what I did, with the help of the neighborhood, is I wanted to take pictures of what the site looked like, so you could see it from our eyes. So I took a picture, number 1 from Westerwick, number 2 from Trinity, the 2 public ways, and then the neighbors wanted their input on this also. You've seen letters here from the neighbors that are in the area. You've seen neighbors that are here that are interested in it. You've seen Val's letter, emotional letter about the neighborhood. You heard Jesse's point about how the area is laid out, very flat, very natural. These are small properties, they're 3/4 of an acre, and they're all upside down houses. So to orient you, I took a picture viewing this direction from the street, and a picture of this direction from the street. And then the neighbors wanted pictures also to show you. And Morna Ryan has a house that's roughly here. So I took a picture of this pool area from this direction. Matt and Wendy Erisman, a picture from their house. Rob and Wendy Frame, picture from theirs. Judy is also an abutter, Judy Patterson. I took a picture from there, and our house is here. And I took a couple pictures of that with respect to where the pool is so that you could view it, so you could see what we see. Now, in this layout here, this is the town layout, which orientates you to these 2 pieces of property. One, ours is bordered in red, and this is bordered in black, but it just gives you an orientation of what I was just describing specifically on a map instead of on a board.
Okay.
Now, again, first picture, the view is from Westerwick towards the pool, and I put a Post-it on it. And again, this is roughly, the Post-it is the sizing and the location roughly of pool, hardscape, and cabana combined, which is approximately 80 feet by 28 feet. So that's roughly where it is. It's, again, the view of the road towards the pool. Second picture is the Trinity Road. Coming from Trinity, looking in this direction, which is north. In fact, if you looking in this direction, you can see you're looking at this house here, which is ours, and you're looking at this side of our house from this direction. And again, the Post-it that's on it is roughly the size and location of where the pool will be. Pool, cabana, and hardscape. So that's this view, bubble number 2 looking northward.
This is the house that's getting demoed.
Yes, sir, it is. So the first 2 pictures are, again, public ways, public viewings, then going into Morna's home on the 2nd floor, looking down, which is basically right on top of what number 2 is. But again, it's looking in this direction. And this is Morna's look, and you can see there is some hedge there put already, 6-foot hedge. But really the view of the 2nd floor to this would require a 14, 15-foot hedge that would prevent her from seeing the pool. And I know it's a resident and someone specific, but I want to identify what it looks like. She wanted to identify it also, and that's why we have some of the letters. And then the other people, I'm going counterclockwise now, is Matt and Wendy Erisman. This is their home, and if they look in this direction, again, I took they're a little bit further away, so I scaled the Post-it a little bit smaller in exactly what they would view. And then going counterclockwise again, Rob and Wendy framed, they looking in this direction at the pool. And you can see where the area has been cut down and where the hedging is now planted around the perimeter. And you can also see the natural area that has been described here also. So that's from Rob and Wendy Frame. Now, the direct abutter, Judy Patterson, bubble number 6, is looking at the pool right into their backyard. And that looks across, not into the pool, not only to the pool, you could see the split rail fence and the Westerwick Road that is there, and the natural area that's in and around that view. Last house was mine. It's, I took a view from the east deck and the west deck, and I also wanted to show a view of what the whole end of the house was, again, from the Trinity side to make a point. But again, it looks similar to the other pictures. The pool is there. I'm looking at it now from our eastern deck down into their property. And it's not that I'm trying to invade their privacy. This is the west deck from number 8. But in this last picture, it shows our home, and the point here is I'm not trying to peek in their backyard. Please believe me, I got enough problems in my own house. This is the west deck, this is the east deck, and this is the center, and this is where we have the kitchen, the dining room, and the living room. This is where we live on top of our house. So looking out these windows, out of the corner of our eye, we'll see that freaking pool. So I just try to make a point. I'm not intentionally trying to. The pool is in the residents and the community face. It's in the center of the town, our Cisco town. It's at the corner of a Trinity and Westerwick, which is high volume areas. And we from a community, and we from the letters, and we from the people that took the money and time to come here for you to hear our request, that this is an issue. This is like this is a monster of an area that we have in the central part of our it's like a Club Med. We could make it a community pool for the whole of Cisco that could go and use this pool. It is a large area, it's a large pool, and it's in the center of Cisco. And it's not, I keep going back to it because all the things I say are kind of blue collar. I think eloquently, Val put it together with her letter that emotionally said, and Abby also said, this area is not conducive to pools. And this puts it, not with borders of land bank on one or two of the sides, but on Judy's side and our side and Morna's side and Matt's side and the street side, it's surrounded by people. And we feel it is not appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, Joe has covered all this, but just to reiterate, we talked about this the last time we were here, and again, he's covered it, so the list of things are done. Most of the homes in this area are upside down houses.
Right.
And I know it is not within the purview of this committee to worry about neighbors, it's about public view. And the other thing is that these lots are very small out there, and that's why I urge you to come out and visit me, and I can show you, but that's neither here nor there. This whole situation in Cisco with pools has to be studied, because if you were to come there just and have dinner somewhere, the point that was made about the existing 5 or 6 pools, this pool and the other pool that's on the agenda tonight are vastly different in terms of where they can be seen, how they can be seen, and what they look like, and the close proximity to the other homes. And I won't talk about our situation until it comes up on the agenda, but he's laid it out very well here. And some sort of different approach has to be taken, in my opinion.
Thank you. Did you care to speak?
Well, I guess I would like to say that sitting here listening to you all talking about the history of the island and how you wanna make sure the integrity of the island is kept intact. And even though we're not in the historical district, we have a history in Cisco, and it is a history of a surfing beach, rugged sand roads, dunes, moors. That's what Cisco is, and it is changing, and we don't wanna see that. And so that's why we're there. You know, we don't wanna live in Southampton, we wanna live in Cisco.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to you, and I know you've been itching to ask a question, but, Val, did you wanna say
I just
anything
wanna
there?
reiterate what I said before. I'm not necessarily anti-pool. What I am is anti-changing Cisco into Hedgebury or these other communities where the lots are really close together and every single person has a pool, and in order to do that, they put up fences and they put up hedges, and that just takes away from the natural beauty, the essence of what Cisco is. Now, I appreciate you're using some natural
Indigenous.
vegetation, but you know, I know we don't have control over privet, although I would love to discuss that as a board at some point.
You mean it's overuse?
It's overused and we're relying on it too much for screening, and you yourself have said you have a double hedge and in the winter you can see through it.
Absolutely.
So it isn't.
And I know that that place over on, the pool that John was in, over on, it's just up on the agenda tonight. I know it's gonna be visible,
Yes,
on Delaney. Yeah,
You know.
anyway.
So, it was just to bring back to everybody's, attention that if a pool could be put in and all we'd see was the scrub and the dunes and there was no fuss and no muss drawing attention to it, no hardscaping, perhaps that would be appropriate. But the pools that we've seen and that have been proposed, and I do agree with you about your analysis of Elizabeth's thing here, the pools that are there have a lot more property around them. This, not unlike the one that's at the end of the agenda, are on a corner, and I think you really have to think about how you wanna open the gate out there. Putting lots of privet and then covering that with more and more things and fence and all of that is really, really gonna just, I think, hugely negatively impact our beach community.
You know, and the other thing that it may have been lost when Mark Lombardi was here for the project that we abutted. You heard him say, I don't know why my client would want to put a pool here. You heard him say that.
Yeah.
And you also
He didn't
heard,
know he was being recorded.
Yeah, well, true. And what you also may recall that he said, I said that if somebody jumps into that pool, my windows will be
Yeah.
wet. And he
Yeah.
said, you're absolutely
Yeah.
right. So we have to look at this through a different lens, I think.
Thank you.
And one other point, just to reiterate, what Joe was saying, the new owner of 12 Westerwick has a property out in Eel Point. 7 bedrooms, 7 baths, so it's a pretty big property. This
You
property.
mean the new owner of this subject property?
He doesn't own it anymore.
Why is this relevant?
Yeah. I had a comma, so I was gonna continue.
No, I'm sorry, so he
Yes,
had
I
a
did
place.
have a comment, and my point was, he has mentioned to a number of people in the area that he was gonna rent his house. Now, the people in our area are 30 and 40-year landowners and residents. People that are gonna rent the house for 1 week with a 40-foot pool, that they could have lighting and swimming and parties at other times of the day that we wanna sleep or we wanna eat out on our deck. And I think an individual that may be there for a week wouldn't have the same kind of sense of our area and love of our area that we do. And that's the point I wanted to make.
It's very true. Okay, Diane, you've been waiting so long.
Well, first of all, I want to remind you that when you came about, I was the first one who said the pools didn't belong here. We as the HDC are commanded by our application from the state that says we are to work to maintain the area as it is. You may not be in the old historic district, but the whole island is a historic area. And that's what we are commissioned to do. That's what we go forward to do. I think, looking at these pictures, looking at your pictures, looking at your pictures, my question originally was, how much fencing, natural fencing, do you see around the different places? Privet, which is not indigenous to this area. How much privet do you see that's alive and green and forms a barrier right now?
There's a difference. When you look at the Westerwick Road,
Yeah,
there is some privet
Yes.
on the western side.
yes, there is.
When you look at Westerwick on the eastern side, looking towards Bartlett,
Right.
there is, I have to think about it on people that have privet versus the natural area. I have to think about where that privet is, because I can't think of it offhand.
Because it shouldn't be used as a fence around a pool, because first of all, in the middle of winter, as we've had a bad winter already, we do not get the coverage, and these pools are supposed to be unseen at all times.
We're not proposing privet here. There's no privet in our proposal.
It says privet, right here, privet,
Where does it say?
On the border, right on the property line.
viburnum.
It's supposed to be, sorry, it's supposed to be viburnum. Double row of hedges within vegetative buffer. It's supposed to be viburnum. If you go to the symbol of that plant, it's viburnum.
Says right, yeah.
I'm sorry, my client did put in privet, and the first meeting I had with him, I said, how would you feel about repurposing this privet somewhere else through your landscaper and replacing it with viburnum, which is a native plant. That grows much bigger, that doesn't require, regular.
The land.
Viburnum is deciduous, is it not?
Yes.
It's deciduous, but it's densely branched, and we're substantiating it with other things. We create a buffer. I mean, if the main issue is that you might see kind of a line of plants, we could propose to berm, to create a little bit of a berm underneath these plantings, so that you would sort of have this dune aspect that he's talking about. And on the inside, we can have beach grass and that kind of thing, so that we keep.
Well, thank you. Let's just continue with
Okay,
the board.
you have suggested high bush blueberries. They are deciduous. They are not got leaves in the winter time. You have a fence which goes around the total property, except for the coming in. It is right here. There's-
Well, she means on the property
pool
line.
fence.
It's
Look
set
for
in.
look at your pool fence.
It's
cut off
offset.
right here, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't go around the whole
side of
property.
the building.
No.
It goes up to
No,
here.
no, it doesn't. It goes right in front of the pool. The blue line,
Yes.
that's the pool fence going right across in front of the pool.
And where does it end? In a bush?
It ends in the landscape.
It ends at the cabana and then it ends towards Trinity
It's
Ave.
this, it connects here, goes here, wraps back around.
It goes here and comes back around.
Yeah, to this, to the fence that we talked about earlier with this cabana. You said you wanted this to be 6 feet, 4 feet. So this is where we connect.
Diane, I believe the original plan that came in had it surrounding the property, but this is
It
bringing
has
it much
removed
closer to
it.
the pool.
Just here.
And
And it's inset.
red maple. I think that if you drive around in Cisco enough, you will see what the planting is. If you go down to Mothball Way,
Yes.
at
That's the hummock side,
that's the planting that you expect to see in Cisco,
Scrub
all the
oak,
way up to
juniper,
Hellers.
Yeah.
They have pine trees, but they've got
pine.
scrub. It's not a perfect location, which is basically what I'm trying to say, and it's so important. This is squared. Look at the shape of the lot. It's it's so formal, and these are not, you don't see fences all around these houses. They're sort of they're a friendship bunch of houses.
Mhm.
And I think that's what you would like to maintain, isn't it?
That's our point. We talk a lot about visibility. We should also talk about noise and lighting and partying at this pool at certain areas, because that is another issue, and we spent a lot of attention on visibility, which is important. But certainly if you're gonna swim at night, or you're gonna swim at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night, you're gonna need lighting. If you're going to be having people out on the hard skate that's in and around the pool, late into the night or early into the night, you're going to have some noise. So that violates people's privacy for residents as well as the main thoroughfare west of Wick Trinity.
We should continue
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the board.
So Diane, have you, I know.
Right, I'm sorry,
thank
yes,
you.
that's,
Okay, thank you, Diane.
Right.
Let's see, Jesse.
Okay. So this area right here is a tough area. I've always said it. And I really do appreciate the organic approach this design has gone to in direction. The examples, I agree, over 50% of them are abutting land bank land. There might be one or two that have neighbors. You know, this is, I think, a little bit more louder than a lot of the examples that were shown. The clearing that the owner did does not help at all with this situation. This
It was inflammatory.
this would, if I was a neighbor, I would be very upset. So I get where you're coming from, and it's a real tough situation. And I look at this and say, okay, you know, how can we make some lemonade out of this lemon? And you know, and at the other time, our purview is what we can see from the road, not from the second floor. It's not sound. It's not that. I might feel for you, but I have to look at it from as from a member. And I think as a member and not thinking about the noise factor or how you view it from someone else's second floor, I think we could make something happen here that would be sensitive to the local landscape, because here's where I think HDC has some purview, is the vista. So if you're looking across a vista of a you know, fairly flat land, and then you see a stark hedge, that, you know, that I feel we have some control over on how that approaches. And again, the organic landscape that Elizabeth has proposed here is a good step in the right direction. However, I think that the landscape itself, the plant choices are perfect in most, except for the privet. And if there's any way that we can deepen the planting, because most of these plants are deciduous, and so is privet. But bayberry, for example, keeps its leaves just as long as privet, right into December. If you, you know, in some areas, not all, maybe widen the planting, because deciduous plants in the wintertime, if you go over 10 plus feet, will create its wooded screen, and still create a screen. But you gotta have a thick landscape, you gotta have a mature landscape to be able to do that. I'm not a big fan of how the plants end on the property line starkly. That's showing, I feel like, a rigidness that does not really show in Cisco. So if there's some way that we could soften that up. And then overall size and location, for that matter. I'm assuming that the septic system is right here on, where's the north arrow? On the south side?
It's gonna be on the driveway side.
The septic system on the south side of the house
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Between Westerwick and the setback. But, I mean, the size could go down a little bit. And I don't know if swapping is gonna help based on the setback of your septic system, but, might be an option as well. But those are my opinions at this point. Again, putting on my HTC glasses and not, my heart, because I feel where you guys are coming from, with the other concerns that you have. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Put it in the cabana.
Hmm?
Put it in the cabana.
Put what in the cabana?
The pool.
Inside the cabana?
Yeah, like in the deck.
Hang on now. We're going around the table.
Okay.
You're not a member anymore. Abby.
All right, I agree with my colleagues so far, Diane and Jesse. I think the screening, is not a solution to this. It's just, it's an inappropriate application. The screening is actually making this project worse. I think, red maples, deciduous trees, they're not indigenous to the area. And I just think it's inappropriate. It's not the Cisco I remember, and I don't think we can change it with, landscaping materials. So that's my opinion
Okay,
on that.
thank you. John?
Yes. The stone patio, there's no listing of what photo or anything, what kind of stone you're gonna use or what it's gonna be. I'm gonna refer that question
Did it
to-
say on the
Wait, let me
application?
finish, please. I'm gonna put that question through one of you, to our landscape expert. Now, what kind of stone patio you planning to do?
Bluestone. Bluestone.
Hmm?
Bluestone.
That's all right. And the other question I had of his professionalism, which I respect, yeah. And you said you're gonna have 4-foot row of hedges between the vegetation. Now, my question to you, Mr. Duca, what is standard for when you first plant at a certain height, so it'll grow, not so you have it a foot off the ground, it takes 10 years to grow.
Yeah.
So what's a proper height?
The 4 feet is good because that's the height of your fence. So you're basically covering the fence.
Covering. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're set, John? Okay. So, I'm gonna say a lot of the same things that I said, on the other application that's coming up later tonight. I'm against, and of course, it sounds like everybody at the table is against this idea of sort of running the primary screening for the pool around the perimeter of the property. And the analogy that I used was my house on Pine Street where the hedge is right on the property line and it's this close so I can see right through it and I can see my entire lawn. And what I've discovered over the years is that screening of something is much more effective if it's set further away from the public way. Now, in setting it further away from a public way, it's getting it closer to your pool. Which from the perspective of the homeowner is not a good thing because now you're shading your pool and all that. But what I'm looking for is something that's taking an 18 by 40 pool plus all the accoutrements, cabana, deck, lawn around the deck, and condensing that so that it doesn't represent such a huge footprint in the landscape and bringing in all of the indigenous landscape, which I want to get back to in a second, indigenous landscape closer to the pool so that there's more open space around. And so you get this perception, the perception that remains in Cisco right now of an open landscape with sort of little enclaves, little house here with a little, garden around the front door of the house and this and that, as opposed to just taking the trapezoid of the property and just, creating my screening on the outermost edges so I can enjoy the maximum amount of usable space on the inside. So in this respect, the goals of, or my goals for this are running completely counter what the owner is gonna want. Because of course, every owner is gonna wanna have a pool that has, lots of open space around it and all that. I wanna see all the vegetation come in. I wanna see more open vegetation out by the road so that it's not apparent, like, here's where the public domain ends and here's where my private domain begins. So that's one thing. And then the other thing, I think, has already been mentioned, but I'm just going to underscore the point, is indigenous vegetation. What's already there? Pine trees are already there. You look around, scrub oak is already there. There are certain things that are already there. Red maple, I don't believe, is kind of among them. So the idea here is to really try and work with the landscape that is already in place, get something to be completely enclosed and private, and get rid of all the straight lines and everything that say private property and creating a wall between my property and the outside world. Those are my comments. Okay,
I have
so,
one more thing, please.
all right, make it
Just
short.
quick, maybe the pool could be downsized or a more organic shape.
Well, or sunken down, or, there's a lot of different ways to be able to mitigate this.
Another thing, the fence is a lot easier to see. It's like connect the dots if it's one straight line. So
Oh, sure.
If you make the fence move around a little bit within the planting screen, that might help a little too.
Do you all think it's better to have sort of a wire hidden in vegetation? Or do you think it's better to have like a wooden?
I think the wire.
Wire.
Yeah.
What do you need the fence for, going all around?
It's just around the pool, Diane, for children's safety.
There's nothing
No, it's just around
beyond
the pool. No.
Yeah, it's just you see the blue?
Yeah, I know it's the blue is the
Yeah.
pool. But the, otherwise it says that there's wire hidden in vegetation buffer, and it is pointing right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, she could bring that in a little bit, or.
Why? Why have it?
Because you need to have a fence around the pool.
You can cut it off up here, you don't have to go out to the property line, this is what.
Yeah.
Well,
Right,
yeah,
I
yeah,
think that's
no,
what we
that,
kind of.
We will do that.
you made that point before,
Right,
yeah, and so I think we're all in agreement about that.
because none of these houses have fences and wires and property lines.
The only fences are split rail.
No, there's definitely picket fence and stuff. I went out there this week.
Yeah, there's
split
a
rail
few
fence.
and they're natural to weather, and the ones that you have some
Split
pictures
rail.
of are very tight to the pool.
Okay, we're gonna make a motion to hold
Okay,
the revision?
yeah, I think
Okay.
that's right, okay.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Ugh.
Aye. Thank you all again for talking this through. Motion was to hold for revisions, John. Okay, thanks for staying up so late. Oh, you guys are gonna stay up a little later, I forgot. Okay, so you have, your hardscaping on Hamblin. Who's on this one?
What's this one? What is the,
Wait.
address?
One
This is the Hamlin Road.
Oh, yeah.
The retaining walls.
Paul McLaughlin Camp, Oliver and Waters.
Hold on, Paul McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver,
Yeah.
Yep,
and,
Watterson.
okay, very good.
Who?
You're on it.
No, but is anybody on this under the table?
Under the table.
We on it? John on it?
I don't know.
Johnny is. You're an alternate. Pay attention.
You're getting a little snippy there, Terry. Your health is coming back, huh?
It's a long day.
Mr. Harper sitting over there?
Yeah, I could hear you. Hear my hearing.
Oh, you can't hear.
Okay,
Welcome.
so this was a view, everybody. I don't believe we requested any changes or anything,
No.
so just how visible, and I know this. house, and I know this area, so what did y'all think, those of you that are sitting on this?
I
Are you listening?
I did see the retaining. Abby and I went up there.
Oh,
Got stuck.
good, okay. And what?
We couldn't back out. We had to back out because there were so many cars there.
Oh,
I don't mind the stone that's there. I'm not sure about changing it to this though, because this seems so different.
Did you see it across the street? There's a porch wall, the neighbor right across the street.
No.
Yeah. The neighbor.
across the
take a
street on
picture of it?
Hamblin?
Across the street, right directly, Johnson was directly across. Next to the garage, it was all the concrete wall capped.
But is it proliferated like this much as
Well,
this is?
this is down the driveway going down and it's already replacing, retaining walls. We're stepping it to sort of mitigate the height of it. And, if we could always plant like a climbing hydrangea like on the outside of it so that it would, climbing hydrangeas can go like 15 feet wide in 3 years. So we could do that if that's a concern. But the people that bought this house think this stone is horrible. They don't like that at all. I don't like it either. I wouldn't want it in my
It's
house.
kind of heavy.
It's orange.
It's heavy.
I guess what I'm having trouble visualizing is how this is going to translate to this, because this is tall.
When you say this translate to this,
The parge to this,
To
like,
just a cement wall?
right.
I mean,
well,
I'd rather
it's
see the
it's a
texture.
parged wall. So it's not just cement.
And it's very hard scared. Very, very, very tall, massive.
Kinda cold.
Yeah.
Are you rebuilding the whole thing?
Mhm.
You're rebuilding the whole thing.
You have to retain though, because that upper level is there and there's the drive down.
Oh,
the
no,
road,
you
it's not
definitely have to
possible.
retain. You had pictures of it today.
Yeah, no, we
No,
saw that.
I understand about the retain, but I was just wondering whether it had to be like this exact same configuration.
Well,
So,
I'm just gonna give you a for instance, okay? So this first photograph here, you're only 1, 2, 3 treads up from the driveway, okay? And then you got a walkway that takes you to another set of stairs. Well, that wall right there is at least 30 inches above the walkway behind it. Who needs that?
yeah, but look where
You
it
don't-
leads. Look where it leads to then the next step of stairs, because you've got another 3 risers here, and then you turn
We
the
need
corner.
another 3 risers where?
Right there. They're hidden behind this part.
No, all I'm saying is, well, okay, maybe we should just go around the table and hear. Okay, so I have, TJ, you're on this, right?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and comment.
Yeah,
I just, I kinda like the rocks that are there now, the stones, what is that orange, is it lichens? You kinda
It's
moss?
probably iron leaching out of the
Yeah.
side.
Iron. So, I just think that with the new proposed wall, that it would be good if it had some texture to it other than just the plain cold parge. Even if you planted it like the climbing hydrangeas would be a plus.
or we
Yeah.
could score it so that it looked like bricks, or looked like
I
concrete
will throw
blocks.
something at you.
How would just that standard concrete?
Okay, thank you. So
I would be
to
like
sum up, you don't have an objection per se to parge as long as it's mitigated in some
I
way.
think so, but preferably something with more texture than parge.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Val, have we heard from you?
Yeah, just,
No, you didn't like it.
No,
Yeah, we
it's
heard
not
it.
that I don't like it. I'm having a hard time visualizing
How
it
much
going
it-
from
yeah.
this
Right.
to a very smooth,
Mm-hmm.
cold, modern thing. Doesn't mean it can't be good. I just don't know can you just propose planting something on it? I don't know.
Did you know that museum behind the Quaker Meeting House? NHA Museum?
Yeah.
The Greater
Right.
Light?
No, behind Quaker Meeting House. It's
Right.
attached to Quaker Meeting House
Yeah.
on Fair Street.
On Fair Street, that little.
Second oldest poured concrete building in the United States,
Really?
after Harvard Stadium.
wow.
Wow.
You're kidding.
Not kidding.
It's,
Anyway.
it's very historical, like Parkwell, if you look at old landscapes, they're very historical. Not everybody had stones, you know, they would just do this and.
Anyway, so, Abby, we heard from you, Val, we heard from TJ. Johnny?
Yeah, I have questions on this. It starts 22-inch wall, and you go to 24, and you go up to a 4 foot,
Yeah.
and the back is 36 inches, 3 foot.
Right, it's a bit of a bowl.
But is this,
Yeah, it goes
is it
down,
both?
you come in at the road, you drive down into like the garage that's under, it's existing.
No, not on this side.
Now, that side is high.
Huh?
That side is high, like Hamlin Road keeps going up.
I can't visualize what's happening.
No, all right, there's a retaining wall here, one here, and one up here.
Mhm.
Right, so you're going to go from 22 inches up to 7 feet high in the back.
The wall is not 7 feet in the back, it's just, the wall in the back is just a couple of feet.
They're gonna replace this
Right.
with this.
Elizabeth, just because I'm obtuse, where
is
is
existing.
this
They're gonna
on
get rid of
here?
it.
Okay,
Put this
the upper picture on the
Okay,
left
right.
is the corner of the
it's
existing
still-
garage,
still-
drive under, so it's under
Now,
the main.
wait, I have the floor, please,
Yes,
okay?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. It goes, I'm saying, the way it reads here to me, maybe I'm wrong. It's 38, you scale here, all right, you start at 22 inches. You got, 46 inches and 30 inches, right? You count that up, it's close to 8 feet from the bottom to the top of the back of the yard. You're putting a lot of stuff in on the property, is what's got me thinking.
So John, this house, the first floor is up here, right? The driveway comes in, it drives down under into the garage, then it starts to go back up. And then this landscape rises back up. You see how
The
this
garage is
side?
here,
Yeah, see how this side, like the first floor, you come down, you got 3 steps, come down the series of steps to a level, come down. Now you're at
This
the
is the
basement
street?
level,
where's the garage?
under
Right
here,
there, okay,
yeah,
underneath,
under the
okay.
basement. So then you start to go back up.
Back up to the road?
Yeah, this goes back up.
No.
It's right here, turn around.
Hamlin goes.
It's right there,
from-
right at your fingertips, it's just
The
bottom of the page.
Bottom of the page.
Right, my other question is, according to what's written here, pipe, stone top, it doesn't say what materials, well, I'm gonna refer it to.
Mr.
Dutra,
Dutra?
make his comments before I do.
Well, Jesse's not on it, but he can be your
That is-
advisor.
Could be an advisor, thank you.
Yeah.
Put that up to that end.
Jesse,
Flattered, John,
would
thank
you,
you.
yeah, do you wanna, give John your comments on the,
Well, the
Large.
walls are all already there, we're just changing the look of them.
that's right.
But the
So-
configuration's
Yeah, the
different.
configuration's good.
That's what's throwing me, I
Okay,
think.
one at a time so I understand it, please, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
And we don't have anything to show exactly what that configuration was or is, other than the pictures.
That's right, because you already approved this like new layout virtually with that, no, not virtually, you have approved, I think, this layout with them, with the construction of the house, which is ongoing right now. Well,
I understand.
the house is being renovated, so I think you've approved.
So
the
no
changes
garage
that-
anymore?
Yeah, there's still a
Wait,
garage,
no.
I think it might be a little bit
Oh,
smaller.
hold on. Go ahead, John.
No, you keep interrupting, right? My other question, Mr. Dutra, I see the gray here, which is a pod retaining wall, like the ones in the photo.
Yeah.
What does it have on top of it?
That's a bluestone cap, you don't.
Bluestone top, okay. I'm just curious, is there anything else? All right, well, it had the, I don't know the difference between a pink and purple garden, a white garden. I don't know what they are, can you explain it to me? Are they
Well, I think,
flowers or what are they?
We don't need to know that.
Yes, yes, flowers,
Cause that comes under us, you know?
yeah.
I mean, I
We
think,
should, we should have turned off that label.
Save time when I have
Yes.
team answer instead of Mike trying to
I'm
guess.
sorry, yeah, we shouldn't have left that there.
I mean,
Thank you, Ray.
yeah, just
Thank
try to
For the patience.
mitigate the wall, like TJ said, with plants or climbing vines or
Yeah.
stuff like that.
I mean, I would propose climbing hydrangea on both the bottom and the middle level, so that the wall gets covered with plants.
Yeah, why not do a trellis and grow some
Well,
soft.
it-
You don't even need trellis. The stuff sticks right to
It
the
attaches
bark.
itself, it has
But where,
tendrils.
where would they?
You know, you
Dig a
create
hole.
you just, all it needs is enough room to be able to get the roots in the ground, and then it just grows right up. Honestly, if you put climbing hydrangea on it, you wouldn't even see the parge coat in another 3 years. They'd have to whack back the hydrangea. So, I guess then that means that I'm in favor of the proposal, the change. I don't mind doing a parge wall. I think they can be very attractive. They patina well, and they're really a great surface to grow things like that on. You know, the plant material adheres to them really easily. So what's the pleasure of the board? Do we want more information? Do we want to? What do you think?
I'm just dumb when it comes to this, so that's why, please
Well,
forgive me.
no,
It's not the same
Correct.
or arrangement, so.
It's not.
What I'm looking at is what I'm thinking it's gonna look like, only a
Okay.
different material. So this to me was like, oh my God,
Would it be helpful then?
but I don't see
Would it
where
be
that is
helpful-
on here.
No, can I just say, would it be helpful for Elizabeth to bring in the previous approval?
No, I mean, if you guys understand it, I'm gonna trust that you know.
Val, can I just say about, so the picture that you're looking at, so the people put their car in front of the garage and they went right up, you know, to that.
And that was
area.
right here?
No,
Yeah, so the
no,
sta-
it went up to,
The stairs, if you go like, in the picture, are going like this.
That's here?
That's in the picture.
yeah,
But that's the street.
no,
That's
that's
the street
the
behind
garage. That's the entry to the garage, this is the curb that goes down into the garage. So the stairs currently are like this, and they would go up this way. What you've approved with a previous architect was that you would expand this back here, this is a pergola. And my client didn't wanna walk through here, so this is less stairs to go up.
Oh, I'm really lost. I thought this was the street.
No, this is the backyard.
What did we look at today? It looked like it was that.
I don't know, it was a
I guess I'm fine with it. If you guys tell me it's okay. it's
Yeah, I'll
fine.
make a motion to approve with vegetation, you know, sort of softening the parch wall.
Growing up the parge wall. Okay, that's good motion. All those in favor of Abby's motion to approve the parge wall with the stipulation that there's some vegetation growing up it? Aye. Okay,
Jim,
yes, sir.
I know you got a lot to do down below,
Yeah,
and I have to go, I have some house guests, you know, and.
do you mean the
Can we
other
do that for Thursday?
other business
No.
issues?
Well, you've got a question, John, we have a question on Thursday, right, whether we can
Well,
meet?
we're not meeting
No.
Thursday,
I'm not available.
I'm not either.
and I'm
Yeah.
not.
Okay.
We're not gonna have
So
enough
this
people
will,
for
this will
Thursday.
continue to next Tuesday,
All of this?
those things. Yeah, because I don't think we're gonna get through the whole agenda tonight,
Thank you.
unfortunately. Okay, thank you, John. All right, so I gotta recuse from the next.
I'll make a motion to
several.
hold it for Tuesday.
Good idea.
Yes.
Okay.
Not living my room.
Thank you, Ray.
What's that? Yeah, just leave us alone about each other.
Yeah, they don't make flaws.
There's the sixth, this is the move
Oh,
off.
it's too bad for the
Well, this said with what? Some kind of vegetation?
Oh, I'm gonna walk
Climbing
around.
hydrangea.
Abby, you gonna share it?
Oh, you're not on this. I'm just.
think Val-
Val was chairing this.
Oh, right.
Sorry. Let me get this. I think the climate is a little bit.
Yeah.
So where are we on the move off?
We are
Yes.
on,
The move to 36 Lily.
Move on.
Move on,
not sure,
Oh,
Yeah, this should be the move off.
but it's
Right.
already got an approval on it.
These are just scans of this previous.
Site plan, yeah.
Remember how confusing it was?
Yeah.
We should look at the other application that goes, the next one that shows it being moved to 36B.
So, Mr.
Oh,
Madam
you
Chair,
have
if I may
HSAB
say, I mean,
comments.
HSAB had similar comments. This application is to move it off to another lot, so they showed their previous site plan where they were going to demo part of it and move it up to here, but now they're taking that and it's gonna go over to that lot, so that's why the applicant's saying it might be helpful to see the move on as well.
All right.
But in short, it's a move off the property.
I thought the representative at meeting, this is very confusing and disorganized, and we are having a difficulty time figuring out what is proposed. Please have to have one back with a rep.
Oh,
And sorry, sitting is Oliver, McLaughlin, Welch, Watterson, and Dutra. Camp recused.
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought we went through this last week and you guys asked me for specific things, which I did. I didn't realize this was confusing because we looked at both applications at the same time.
so, hold on, Lisa, sorry, I just don't know the protocol. If they ask for it back,
Well, I mean, if there's other changes. I think it's best just to say this is a move, they're wanting to move this structure off of this property.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They don't need to see where it's going. The next application shows where it's going. They must have made comments on the next application.
Did they make comments on the other one?
Yeah. I think they had the same comments, but I think it's, again, it's moving this, let's say it was moving 5 miles down the street. This application would be for a move off and the next one would be for a move on. This just happens to be moving on to an adjacent lot, so.
Right.
so I think what could clarify this, if I may, is that it doesn't, this is a copy of a former approval. It maybe would behoove us to have this circled and it's moving, and then on here say move off, and then have this in a little shrunk up version over here or something. That's probably why it's confusing, right?
I would agree, yes.
Okay.
I guess generally when we do a move off, we just show the site plan to say we're moving it off, but what's making it confusing is that there's a stamp on it, because we use the stamp.
Yeah. So does anybody want to comment?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna come at it a different way. I'd kind of like to see the move on, decide if we wanna have a structure on that lot, and then the move off just becomes academic.
Okay.
I mean, you're just suggesting it.
I'm fine with that. We already saw that last week too.
Yeah.
So we would just make a motion to.
We would like just leave this open.
Yeah, okay.
And we would take up the move on.
Yeah. That should
And
be
look at the merits of the move on, because it's the same structure with some changes, right?
Yeah.
And then then we can take this up and vote on it.
Okay, I'll make that motion. Motion to hold 23 until after 24.
Okay.
Okay.
I turned it up a little bit.
You want just to hold
You
on
took
to
your
it?
middle
Hold on
off.
to it.
Yeah,
did.
sure, you can hold on to those.
So this says basically the same thing. All 3 applications. HSAB needs a representative at meeting. This is very confusing and disorganized. We are having difficulty figuring out what is happening. Proposed, please, HSAB wants back with a rep, exclamation point, and that was, all members except for Brooke. Angus, Michael May, Jason, Milton Rowland, and Lucy Dillon.
Well,
would say
I just wanna say that we've gone through a lot of discussion on it, and I'm comfortable proceeding with discussion and moving forward on this if that's what we decide to do. No offense to HSAP, but,
I'm sorry to say this, but I disagree.
no, it's okay. I'm just,
You know, I mean, we especially, I mean, you know, I think with the members that we have, and it would be always good to get some outside advice from experienced historical advisors.
Well, then if that's the case, why would we even discuss it until we get their comments?
Then we wanna hold off anyway.
Right, and that's why I made my comment is, it's like, one more time, we're gonna hold this?
Right, I just wish somebody had told me to be, I mean, I thought it was, you guys asked for a couple things last week, I gave it, I had no idea that, I would have been at the meeting yesterday, had I known that I needed to be there. To explain what was going on, to me, it's fairly straightforward, the building's moving from 36 to 36B, and there are some changes to it, I don't know what's so confusing about it.
Well, I think that this material has to be clarified, and maybe we can do that through staff. Because it doesn't say move on, it doesn't say move off, this has an approval, so I get why they're confused.
Right.
Um,
But the description says move off.
So
And
is-
the other one says move on.
It's a consensus that we do HSAB, I mean, I hate to.
not necessarily,
Okay, I'm just trying to
I
figure out
understand
what-
why they're confused.
Okay.
Madam Chair, also, if I may say, yeah, this should have probably been bubbled, because that's where that's going. That's the relocated building from here.
Alright, so
So the barn that was over here, Lisa, is moving to this corner of the whole lot, this barn
Yes,
is
it's moving
moving
to
over
there.
here, so that makes this bubble.
It says relocated and renovated studio.
I think, Lisa, if I may, I think the confusion is with the move off.
Yeah.
Because it's a previous approval and it says relocated renovated cottage. So that's where I think they're looking at this and saying, well, which one is moving where?
Yeah.
That's where I think it is the
I
confusion.
understand, I mean, I think because we had the site plan already done, that it was the easier
Should it
way
not
to-
show the footprint of the building in its current form, because it's a lot longer right now, right?
Yeah,
No,
but
it's
no,
the
but it's
same.
already been approved to be, reduced to that size,
Oh, I
so that's
see.
why we used that approval.
Gotcha.
So that's why it's a revision to that application, so it's, that structure at that size, already approved to be partially relocated and demolished on that site to move to this site.
Got it.
and I think the other thing is this is now canted, and that's not on this,
That's the next, that's
Oh,
application number
okay.
3.
alright.
That's
Why
number
is it,
3.
why is this canted the way it is on this lot?
Which one are you pushing at?
The one that the studio you're moving
Oh,
over?
because we want it just to be orthogonal to the main house, so that they all relate together.
And then Go Lane is here?
Go Lane is here. Excuse me.
Yeah, Go
Go
Lane's
Lane's
here.
here.
So
That's
it,
right.
that would address, the lot addresses Go Lane at an angle.
Oh,
And the
Alright, we'll
the
get to
bay window portion of the structure would address Gull Lane in a parallel perpendicular fashion.
Right. Okay.
Well, I
So
guess.
let's go around.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess the question I have is if we're gonna send it back to HSAP because we want their input, then we should send it back to HSAP to get their input. I prefer that we review it and go forward, but if we're gonna look for their input, then we should get their input. So I don't know, I mean, I'm not trying to press it, but.
No, and it's been an application out for a long time. Here it is, I'm green at this, especially when it comes to this kind of building.
Yeah, and I
Well, also it's historic.
I respect your.
This is a,
You know, and it's
Part of that
a
is this
contentious
historic
historic
building.
property, and, so that's the only reason why I'm a little hesitant, but I will follow what the board that we are sitting on, what direction wants to go. I just wanna.
Sure.
I don't wanna be the one making the final
Sure.
decision or comments on this.
Well, let me suggest this then, because I think one of the things that makes me comfortable with it is this structure was previously approved to be partially demolished and relocated on the lot.
Yeah.
What we're really talking about, although this is now a separate lot, this was previously one lot.
No, it's always been two
Oh, it's
separate
been
lots.
two, okay.
I totally, I have no problem understanding what's going on, I understood it last week, what's happening with the application, I get that part totally, that's easy. It's just, you know, making the decision on.
can I just weigh in here?
Well, wait,
Because
can
I'm
we
not-
please, no offense, Abby, but we're trying to discuss the operations of even
But
proceeding
you're
with the
leaving out a
application.
main factor.
But-
It's history.
Okay, first of all, Jesse, I wasn't trying to reiterate what the applications are about. What I was trying to state is that we've reviewed, or at least some of the members who are sitting on this, have reviewed the history of the structure in making the decision to allow demolition and to allow relocation on the site. That's all I was pointing out, and that's why I felt personally a level of comfort with it that I wouldn't ordinarily.
That's a good point.
That's all.
Let's
I'm not-
move forward. Sorry to make a little friction there.
No, you're not.
No,
You're not at all. I'm
everybody's
trying to make
opinion
sure
is
there isn't
valid.
friction.
TJ, you on this?
I'm on this.
Okay, do you have anything you wanna say?
Yeah, I do. I think you came in before this application with an application to really reduce it, or did I?
We got approval to really reduce it in size, so we already got that approved. Then we came into with an application to completely demolish it. And then we did, that was not well
Okay.
received, so we said, okay, well, let's put it back at the larger scale and move it within the property. And historically, which seems to me very appropriate, it's a partially historic building.
Yeah.
It's not moving off the site, it's moving to another portion of, it is a separate site, but it's another portion of the site.
It's essentially the same site. And my point is that you came against some opposition from the neighbors for the demo, and then you came back. I think you've done everything that they wanted you to do here by saving the structure and keeping it in the same general location. I'd be in favor of this move off just on the basis of, otherwise it's gotta get demoed because this house is going to take over its footprint.
More of it would get demoed.
More of it would get
And we would
demoed,
come
I
back
should
with a
say.
bigger building to be built on this site.
Right.
So I think it's a good use of the program.
I think
but-
they've done everything that the community wanted, and I think it's gonna be good to save the original structure here on site because of the history of it. That's really all I have.
Right, so,
Can I got my operational question answered.
Okay.
Can I give it back to the public?
yes,
So Abby's comments?
No, I think the point that you're saving, I guess it's part, it must have been an old stable, because there were so many stables around that whole pond. So, I mean, at least you're saving that structure by moving it over here. And I think that's
It seemed like the only opposition that we were really getting last week was really from the guy that lives behind us, who would rather have that be open, which I get.
Yeah.
And the other people were just didn't understand, I don't think understood what was happening, and I guess it was confusing, which I apologize, but I do think if you look at these, this shows how, let's see, previously approved. Oh no, this doesn't show the reduced version, where we cut off basically we cut off half of the living room to get it to fit on the current, so I think this is a better design, frankly, because it's retaining more of the architecture.
does did you have anything else?
well, so are we just talking about the move on, move off right now? Are we talking about landscaping? 'Cause I
Well,
think
no,
that's a-
landscaping isn't, involved in this series of applications that I know
She's just
of.
keeping me company.
Oh, okay.
She's giving me more.
So,
I'll bring in the pool later.
With the parched wall.
well, it's not Cisco, we don't care. All right, well then, does anybody want to make a motion?
Well, I would like to actually comment on the application itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
so
one?
I got some questions on that.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm comparing the drawings on the move off because those are the approved drawings, correct? So this the move off elevations represent what was approved previously?
Yeah, we're showing you what existed.
Okay. So
We're
then,
showing you then what was previously approved on the other lot.
right,
And then we should be showing you someplace.
so,
Wait. Oh, this shows you.
right, so this,
shows you, yeah.
so the move off elevations show me what was previously approved.
That's right. And then we showed
And then
that
the
here
move
too.
on shows me the differences, the changes you'd like to make.
Yes,
Oh,
this
and
was the
you,
original. We put as you requested, we put the previously approved on.
excellent, so I don't need to do this.
No.
Okay, so,
All three are on the same.
alright, so I can close up the move off for now.
apologize, you did request that, and I.
Yeah, well, thank you. So looking at the drawings that you provided for the move on, existing south, previous approval south, and below that is the.
Right.
Okay, so you've just reoriented on the cardinal.
Well, no, so the existing had the gable that we got approval to demolish. That's why you're seeing, in the existing, you're seeing the side of the gable that used to be.
I'm just comparing the previous approval
Yeah.
to these elevations.
Okay, yeah.
So you've reoriented, your south is actually your west,
Yes.
and your east is actually your south, and your west is actually your north, and your north is actually your east.
What do you say?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
So, in other words, just graphically looking at it, if you're looking at the drawings, the major elevation here, this is the previous approval, the same goes for each one of these.
Right.
It's just to the corner of the upper right quadrant and
That's
the
right.
smaller scale. Okay, so again, just to make sure I understood what I was looking at. I have no concerns with the west elevation. I believe that the fenestration, the windows versus the door is actually more appropriate. On the south elevation, the addition of the shed massing with the door, I have no concerns with. On the north, on the east elevation, previously the north, I have no concerns with that. I would say it's probably the least attractive of them, but it's not inappropriate. And the north elevation appears unchanged except for the shed additive mass, and I have no concerns with that.
We actually took away 2 windows that we had added, so it's a little bit more historic.
Okay. And then I just want to look at the floor plan. So the previous approved plan, all you're changing from the outside is the shed mass.
Mm-hmm.
So this is actually the previous approval with the shed mass and then some changes to the fenestration. Okay, I have no concerns.
Do you, okay, does anyone have any concern with the front door not addressing the street? Or are you okay with the south being really what appears to be the front door?
I think the only thing that kind of makes it okay is that you see that negative massing of the porch, kind of giving it a sense of entry. Although the door was on that south.
Landscaping will
That's
take care of that, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
One thing I'm not sure, sighting. If, you know, to make that door a little bit closer to the road almost, I hate saying that, but, almost mitigating the building between the, Smithy location and the main building, so they're a little bit more even.
You're saying pulling the proposed renovated cottage closer to Lily Street?
Yeah. Not much, but I don't know.
I guess I just sort of felt like the chance of you seeing that any door from Lily Street are
Right.
slim to none. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
behind the other building. Right.
And Jesse, we might talk the parking area back there as well.
Yeah, I was only thinking, I mean, it's, again, it's hard
Yeah,
for
it
me
would
to-
help maybe if we had some idea of that.
There is a,
Well, the
we
parking's
submitted
right here.
previously approved parking.
Yes.
Which is not dissimilar to what.
Oh, so the parking will change from what's here now?
No, I think it's similar to that.
Okay, so yeah, you got room.
So that was the previously
Or,
approved site.
or maybe you even,
And with the setback line, so as you move it closer, you move it back, so you're gonna lose, the visibility of that building from Lily Street if that's
Right,
what
because
you're
it's gonna
after.
shift behind the
Because it
Smithy.
shifts it back, see how the property line is kinked?
Yep.
What, Jesse, what do you think about
I guess it's just a little crowded on that side. And be a little bit more balanced coming a little bit closer to Lily, but again,
Are you saying this, where was?
I'm just talking
Did you
like
say what you're
2
saying?
feet this way.
You're see towards the Smithy building.
More parallel to Lily?
Right.
Yeah, coming 2 feet closer to Smithy.
That's fine.
So if you came 2 feet closer to Smithy and 2 feet closer to the main house, you'd be almost on that setback line. And it would be in the same, well, it would actually be further away from the neighbor's house. But, I mean, it would shift a little forward towards the Smithy and a little away from the neighbor's house
You'd
by
want-
a foot or two, I guess.
You just want that corner to be right on the setback.
Well, maybe
or
6
inches
inches,
off,
so you're not
that I
having a
know.
problem with your
Happy with
survey.
ZBA later.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's not, I
That
mean,
wouldn't be
if I don't want it to affect the landscape or
No, it wouldn't.
or something like that, but or parking, God forbid, because it's already tough enough there. So it's not certainly a deal breaker, but I feel like it's crowded a little bit on that side from a sighting standpoint.
To shift forward and west.
2 feet forward and 6 inches from the setback. South, I guess.
Doing a little bit more of a backyard.
Okay.
What are the colors?
They're white. That's what it exists as, I believe.
What do you think?
Well, I'm in favor of it.
All right, well, does anybody want to make some sort of a motion then? I can't.
I'll make a motion, I'm gonna make a motion to approve, did everybody else want it shifted to, or just Jesse?
I agree with that. I thought 2 feet towards the south, towards the Smithy, and 6 inches closer, closer to the property line gets, whatever visibility from Willow Street is retained, and it gives you, it's a little bit of a concession in the sighting for concerns of context.
Do you wanna craft a motion then?
Yeah, so do you want me to make a motion, or you wanna?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I make a motion to approve is, as submitted, subject to shifting, 2 feet to the south and approximately 6 inches to the west, through staff.
West property line or just west?
Just west, and just west, cause it'll end up being,
It'll end up being about the same distance from the,
yeah.
And for the information on the somewhere on the title block, to be clear, move on and move off.
Yes, and that too.
Well, I
Do you want me
think
to
that-
do
I agree with it.
Do you want me to do a new site plan that shows where it used to be and then show an arrow showing to where it's going?
I
That-
think that would be very good.
That's fine.
That's what
We
you
can
really
create
want,
that.
right?
In
The
case
outcome.
there's any question from our constituents on HSAB or
I
any of the
agree.
neighbors,
Yeah.
it's perfectly clear what's happening, because that kept coming up,
So-
resonating with neighbors too, they didn't understand it, so.
So it'd be a revised site plan to show what exists versus what has been approved. Is that
In
correct?
one application.
In one, and so it'll be a supplemental cover sheet, yeah,
For the move on,
for the move on.
but she could also write move off on the other one if you don't wanna reprint it.
Okay, well, we'll do you wanna do that on the move off?
Okay, I thought you were
Approval.
doing both, sorry.
Oh,
No, you need a proper move off.
Okay.
proper move off motion.
Did we vote on
Is
that?
there a vote?
So, all in favor of Steve?
Wait, you need to vote on this one, this motion first, sorry.
Yeah, that's what
All
we're
in
voting.
favor of Steve's motion for the move on?
Aye.
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 You good with it, Jess?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So then a motion to move off would be, as submitted, subject to a
Did you get the
supplemental
comments?
cover
Yep.
sheet.
You would,
John, what is
Yeah.
any letters
Oh.
So
on
move
this
off would
from
be
the
subject to a
neighbors?
supplemental cover sheet.
Yes.
Also showing what's being moved,
We didn't leave
where,
anything.
with the
Okay.
dotted line on.
Where it used to be, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it exists versus, or where it
That's the
exists
move
now
on.
to where it's gonna be relocated.
That's the
Even
move
though-
on.
Even though
Wait,
it's not
this is the
done
move
by-
off.
Just so if HSAB needs it, or they get it back.
Wait, wait,
Well, there's one
this is
more.
move
Yeah, but you're
on.
gonna do Connor,
All right, now I know why it's also confusing, because this says,
Everybody, is it safe to say that we're not gonna get through the agenda tonight, because we have people waiting?
Yeah.
I mean, it's 3 minutes of 9. So unfortunately, we're not gonna get to that application. I don't even know how much of this they're gonna get through. Obviously, I'm not sitting on it. So all of this will be transferred
Or beginning of next Tuesday?
to the beginning of next Tuesday's meeting. Hopefully you can all be there.
Job for the neighbors.
All right, sorry.
We should have gone ahead with
No
this.
Thursday. I'm not gonna be here. Steve's not gonna be here. Val's not gonna be here.
Yeah.
Definitely no Thursday. We already
No, I
signed it
just-
off.
I
Yeah,
just feel bad.
yeah, everything would be
You know,
that if,
that they
barring
weren't
they do
here
make a
because
motion,
they think it's
it would be
Thursday.
beginning of next.
I don't think the
Sorry.
outcome would be different.
No, that's what I just told them.
all right, so did we also make a motion on the move off?
I did make the motion,
Okay.
and I don't know that we voted it, though.
So all in favor of Steve's motion for the move off?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, sorry. Thank you,
Right.
guys. I didn't
So
mean
is
to
that
be-
it
No,
for
just
tonight?
getting nervous.
No, there's one more on this,
Yeah, and I don't wanna disregard them. That wasn't.
Might as well do the
No,
draft.
it's just-
If we're gonna hear
get the
one more
last one.
application, I'd rather just move on to my other one, because they've been waiting for a while with the height poles. Connors,
65
65 Monomoy.
Can you get out 65?
I mean, I can do the relocation of the Smithy another time.
all right, motion, somebody make a motion to hold,
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to do all the 65
number
on?
25.
I had to get the.
New dwelling, new
Everyone's talking at the same time.
Okay.
Somebody make a motion to hold number 25 till next Tuesday.
So move.
All those in favor?
All
Aye.
in favor?
Aye.
I do not like being a chairman. This has never been heard, right?
There was no discussion, you guys wanted a view.
I-
It was put on a Thursday.
Were you here for this?
Are you
Who's
gonna
on
try
it?
and do
So-
all three
Yep,
on
just
this?
pass those out, please. and I'll be
Yeah, I
there.
think.
Then you chair it, Diane.
Oh, I need one.
I'll chair it.
Oh,
She is chair.
I think
You are the
Coombs,
chair.
Camp, Oliver, Welch.
Okay.
I'm already on this?
You are on this.
Yes.
Yeah, you said there was.
Oh, I thought there was no comments, I'm sorry.
She said it was with the.
It was opened and then a motion to view.
Okay.
With comments.
So,
Yeah.
what do you want to tell us?
Well, we put up height poles, you guys requested 4 height poles, they're at the back of this package of photos that I sent to you, that I
Right.
gave you. And then also just other photos of the scale of houses along Monomoy Road, because I think there was some discussion, about the size of it. So I just took a bunch of pictures along the road.
Which one are we doing, Lisa?
Jesse?
The new
Can I look at
dwelling
those
or?
photos?
Yeah, the new dwelling.
Wait, can I just interject something?
Yeah, of course.
Are we gonna go through all of these, because I've got a feeling that I've gotta go.
No, we're
No,
not,
no.
we're only doing this one, right?
Alright, this just the main dwelling?
We didn't get TJ's
We're not
signature
doing
on
the
it.
garage.
No, we'll do the
pool.
other
Sorry,
one.
can do
while
the
the
other one.
There's
chairman signs,
there's
it's
something
fine.
wrong with my eyes, I don't know what it is, it's so dry, it actually hurt.
Oh, no.
So I don't know what is going on, it just feels itchy and cracky.
Swollen.
Yeah.
Wish I had Visine.
That's when I'm gonna go get, I'm gonna go get some
Yeah.
drops.
So, oh, right, I just wanted to show you.
They're circulating.
What would you like
Here, I'll
everybody
give you
to
some
hear?
of these pictures,
Gonna be
just
on.
because. There's the pictures of the high
Except for
poles.
Jesse. Except for Jesse.
I'm not on it.
No.
No.
And then these are pictures of houses in the neighborhood, just to show the scale. And in particular, I just wanted to point out the house next door, which I did bring pictures of. You can see with our high poles, we're substantially lower than this house, which is not only on the highest grade of their lot, but also built up onto a stone wall,
Yeah.
which I know is what you're trying to prevent, but, so I think in terms of the scale of this building, it reads much lower than this other house, and it's also in keeping with there's a lot of really long, substantial houses in
Was there a house on this site that got?
There was a house that got moved to the lot next door. It's still there. You can see it kind of in the upper back part. I might even have a picture of it.
Yeah, 63 Madam, when you approved that guy, like he was here, a few weeks ago with his location and he wanted to fill his site a little bit and you approved it.
It's off to the back of this. I don't have a picture of it. But it's basically, if this is the neighbor next door where they're building the garage, it's kind of back up in here. It's parked there right now.
Through you, Madam Chair, can I get a clarification?
Yes.
So the only retainage is on the driveway side, or is there retainage along the front side?
Along the driveway side.
The driveway side, just to get to the.
Just to get to the existing grade here?
Yeah, yeah. And then
Okay, so you're cutting in.
Yeah, to go to the
And
garage, similar to what they did in the back.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was reading, what I was seeing is what I understood what I saw. And I want to commend, this is an excellent, I don't know if you guys have a copy of this cut job.
Did you like that?
Yeah.
Let me see.
This is
So
old fashioned.
She's cut out the perspective so that they're level. You know, the top of this is rough or leather.
So you got the real
This
one.
is what-
Everybody
Oh, you
else
guys
is
didn't get it?
no. Everybody else is just photographed as one, as photocopied as one piece.
That's beautiful.
That was.
Okay, shall we begin, because it's getting late?
I don't have any qualms about it. It's just a big house.
You are okay. Yes. And what, you're abstaining, Jeff?
No, I'm not on it.
I thought this was a new application.
No, it was only a view floor apparently. I didn't think it had been commented on.
Val?
In general, no. Can you do something about the casement window on the front?
You want those just to be double hung?
Yeah, I think so.
What, maybe the 8/8?
No, they could be 6/6.
6/6
Now,
double
granted, they won't line up with the eave line, but I don't always believe
Well,
that.
I think they're lining up where the eave hits the building.
No, I'm not married to that anyway.
Are you
That's-
talking about the F2s?
Yes.
Yeah, making them 6/6s.
If John went by and saw a casement window on the front of a house
I
out
don't
there.
like them as casements.
You're
What if
living dangerously.
I know.
Well, because if you make them into 6/6s, they're not gonna line up with it.
No, she's gonna keep them the same exact size and just
I
make
like
them
as casements,
6/6.
too. That's why I didn't change them, because I thought as casements they're interesting, but.
Okay. That,
If it wasn't on the front and it wasn't for other people on our board being so
I understand.
stuck on that. I really have nothing. It's perfectly appropriate to the area.
Yeah.
What are the colors? White?
Abby, what about you?
I'm ready to make a motion, so.
Okay.
Wait, just for clarification, Lisa's gonna laugh at this. What is the color of the roof walk?
The roof walk skirt will be natural,
Okay.
if that's what you would like. The roof walk itself, we would like white.
Oh, it has a skirt over there.
White or, I don't care, white or natural, I don't care.
The skirt we were thinking,
Steve.
we would prefer white, but if you guys want it natural.
I
that's
like
fine.
them white, but
What
I'm
you
a
got to say?
minority.
I think it's appropriate and, with a natural skirt.
Cause the roof is wood,
The
right?
roof is wood.
Yeah. How about you, Diane?
It's a nice design.
I would like, what do you got on the east elevation? In the little gable, you've got 2 windows and then 2 low windows.
Yep.
Are those low windows can be separated, or is that?
Let me see where I am there. I gotta go back and look at the east, the second floor. Yeah. No, it's on the second, it's on the other side. I mean, they could be, but I just think the visibility is somewhat limited, but, I mean, there's room
On
to
the
separate
east.
them. It's facing away.
Coming down Monomoy, probably you're right.
It's coming from the end of Monway back into town, so very little visibility.
So never mind. So do I have a motion of anybody who has anything to say?
Motion approved is submitted, subject to, what was Phil?
Just for clarification.
Natural skirt on the roof.
Oh, and the
And
F
the-
window to be double
To
hung.
be 6/6 double hungs. The
That's my
F2.
motion.
I got the F window. Now, quick before we go.
Was there a
Thank
vote
you
on
so
that?
much.
Everybody, all in favor?
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abby?
I'm
Aye.
in.
I'm in.
All right. What do you need for approved minutes? Do you need the 20th?
Well, sorry, Madam
Need to
Chair,
hold the rest.
you need
Need to
to make a
hold.
motion to
So
hold the
next
rest
Tuesday
till
we'll-
Tuesday.
Oh, I thought we had
That's
that.
what you're choosing.
Hold the rest, which is number 27 through 31 will be held until next Tuesday. Okey dokey?
Vote?
Sorry, I was writing this because
Aye.
I thought we were
Aye.
going through the other ones and you would be busy.
And we already held 25, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
so a vote on approve the minutes of November 20th. All those in favor?
Did we get those to review?
Should have, yeah, I don't know.
Should have had them 2 weeks.
Right. So, yes, Abby,
Yes, dear.
you're going to approve the minutes of the 20th of November?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The other things, which
What's
is,
the vote on, do you wanna abstain on that?
Yes, please.
we're going to discuss next time the appeal of 9
Well, we
Lincoln
need,
Ave.
sorry,
Hey,
we need to submit comments to the select board by tomorrow for those. So I had written stuff up, I don't know.
For
if
9,
it's-
for 9
Yeah.
Lincoln Ave,
Yes. And I emailed it
can
over
I
to
take
you.
them home?
he emailed them to us.
Thank you.
I have, for
Wait.
Christ's sake, I
Thank
have 10,000 fucking emails.
Oh.
Did you just say F in email?
Say,
I didn't say anything.
sorry, well, are we, if we
But
wanna say
I
something
do.
about 9 Lincoln, we're supposed to get something to you before tomorrow? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, well, yeah, the select board needs comments.
Okay, I'll try to get
To
some in.
submit.
Before what time? Noon?
No, by the end of the day tomorrow, but
Okay.
technically you'd make a motion to vote to have either the chairman or something right to submit comments to the select board, so it's not just individual
And
comments.
I'm the chair of that, aren't
Of what?
I? 9 Lincoln?
Can I just ask for a clarification though on what it is we're writing in on if we're making, was there a vote on a letter that you were writing and then we're making comments on that?
Yeah, that
Okay.
was from
Okay, so
the
that-
last, like a month ago or something like that.
And then, okay, thank you. And then is the appeal, this is on the consent approval?
Yeah, for the garage move,
And then the pool
and then is
that was voted?
yes.
And
Okay, I just wanna make
Yeah.
sure I understood what.
So, okay, so it's on the,
It's the people who live near, right? Who are
butters.
going to the selectmen and saying that we were arbitrations and capricious.
Yep, correct.
That's what they're saying.
On the consent and on the pool.
Yes.
Right, right.
That's what they're saying about us.
And
I always say that.
I wanna I'll get a copy. Do you have a copy of the appeal itself?
Yeah, yeah, it's
Would
in the
you-
file, I thought, okay.
Did you, I thought you might have sent those, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I did
I
at
think-
some
I
point,
think
but
you
yeah, that
did
was
a
a few
long
weeks
time
ago as
ago.
well, right when
Would
they
you,
were.
is it okay to resend those two together? Do you
Yeah,
mind?
yeah.
I just would like to see the actual appeal
So I think,
without having to go through the selectmen's 200-page packet.
right, yeah, exactly. I mean, if I would say comment, I think the best thing for the commission would be to motion to, I don't know, have Commissioner Welch review the letter and
Make
send
comments?
send it tomorrow, or with staff and send the letter tomorrow, or it's up
I'm
to
with
you.
that, you guys are, I don't,
Can
I mean, it's,
Ray send it?
he's refused.
He's recused on it.
On this?
John
Well, I'll
wrote the
send it.
letter and, you know,
very good letter, John.
Yeah.
Or Abby,
Thank you.
if you want me in, do you wanna go in? Do you want me to go in with you? However you wanna do
I'm
it.
just gonna write a note of what I thought about it. and give it to
You
John.
were the chairman, then you should do it.
Do what?
Do write,
the letter for
write the letter and sign it.
Oh, okay, do you want to add to that, what your thoughts are?
Well, yeah, Diane, I think when you weren't here, they voted to have John write the letter, and that's what's in front of you.
Yep.
And then just to be clear, he's asking for us to give him input on the letter,
Yep,
and Abby's suggesting that she'd like to actually supplement that.
Yeah.
right.
And I'm not objecting in any way to any of it,
So she was asking you if you wanted to add something.
I read the letters, I believe that they address the issue, and
This is just about the move of the garage? It has nothing to do with the pool, right?
No.
And the pool
Oh,
as
and
well.
pool.
two
Okay.
separate letters.
All right.
And one of the ones is the consent.
Well, there's only one letter here.
There's two.
There's two.
It's
One
fat,
for the
one is
pool
the
and
fat
one is
letter
for
and one is the thin letter. You need
Oh,
the
you may
fat
not have
letter.
gotten both copies. I read them online, the emails.
Oh, okay, no, I'm just saying, no. Is that the second?
Okay, so you'll be responsible to taking that in, right, Ab?
Yeah, I'm
All right.
I'll write something up. Why don't you write something up? What you think?
No, what I would suggest with respect to the previous vote, which was to have John write the letters, is if no one has an objection to the letters, we vote to have John submit them to the select board. And if you are gonna supplement, then you do that also.
Well, because I'm in opposition. And, yeah, so I mean, you have to have the full rounded body.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I mean, just can I,
you
I'm
want
not
the
looking to.
HDC defending its case.
I
Right.
know, that's not.
So it's a majority
Hmm.
vote type of a thing, so each of us, how the committee packets are written up, I believe, for, our introductions and committees and commissions and boards, is that we represent the vote of the board as an official. But you would be able to go and speak individually
And they're
as a member of the public who voted but not representing the HDC.
Now, when is that?
And this is my recollection, so verify it.
It's probably,
Next Wednesday.
is it next Wednesday? Good.
John, is that your,
Yes.
okay, I mean, I'm not trying to not get you, I want,
No, you
I'm
should.
I'm trying to discourage you. I just trying to have us follow the proper procedure.
Well, actually, when I read about it, I didn't have,
He did such a good job.
chronologically, as it came up, but the move of the garage, if I had known about the pool, I had no problem with the move of the garage.
Right.
Yeah, it was just only after the fact that we learned.
At the pool.
Yeah,
The pool is really the issue.
yeah,
It's not the garage.
no, that's a red herring.
Yeah.
So where are we with this? Are we voting to,
I would make a motion to approve the letters as drafted by HDC Compliance Coordinator John Haddon for submission to the select board tomorrow. And then that's the motion.
Okay.
And
In
then-
regards to your letter that I just got with you signing it.
Yep.
I'm gonna read that.
Yep.
And then I'm going to send you a note whether I agree with what you said or not.
Okay.
Is that what I'm supposed to do?
Well, Stephen's currently making the motion just to have it submitted now. So if you want to change the motion and have yourself
second that
review the letter,
So
he could change his motion so we could.
Couldn't we submit it to you like tomorrow morning, so at
Well-
least we get to read it again?
The only problem with that
because then it's
is
not a
we need to
vote.
have a special meeting tomorrow to approve it as a commission, so it can be submitted to the select board. I'm not discouraging it, but
And throw it in.
I mean,
we motioned for John to write a letter, now we need to motion for him to submit it.
That's
And
Diane.
If we don't do it tonight, then we need to have a special meeting to do that.
We can do it tonight.
That's all.
So I
Yeah,
second
yeah.
Stephen's motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I hope,
But
well,
if you have comments for John, I think you should submit them, because John's gonna be representing them at the matter at the hearing, so he may be able to incorporate those concerns if you get him concerns. right?
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I mean, again, it's not to discourage anyone, it's just to make sure
Yeah.
we're meeting our deadline.
Right, and just that
Well,
the
and I
commission's
think it would be
agreed to vote
confusing
upon
for them to
the
get
submission.
letters for and against from the same board.
Well, and what I was trying to say earlier is that I don't believe we can actually do that. As members in the minority voting, you can't submit a letter on behalf of the
I'll just,
HCC.
I'll just go to the hearing and say
Speaker,
what,
yeah.
yeah. I won't find anything.
Terry, you need a ride?
I got a
Okay, so
Okay.
who's closing this meeting?
Motion, make a
Motion
motion
to adjourn.
Motion to go
Yeah,
watch
all
the
those
end
in
of the
favor.
hockey game.
Aye.
Aye.
Good notes.
I did, I called the votes.
We're taking strokes with this.
All in favor, aye.
Oh,
Be
I'm gonna
great
try
on
to
tomorrow's
make
gonna
it
be
a
long.
good one. If I can't, what am I
Sure.
supposed to do?
Good night, ladies. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just.
Can I make a contribution? Used to. Thanks for sticking with me on that whole. I got, sorry, I got nervous. No,
Okay.
don't apologize.
Here we go.
We never discussed,
Yeah, I know, I thought.
but next week's new business anyway.
I love
Right,
it.
that's what I thought.
I really do. I'm
With all
loving
the
them.
Pool talk tonight, I'm like,
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
a good idea.
It's not. It's winter time.
Represent,
Yeah,
represent the news from voting on it.
Yeah, you're
I'll
a
just go
you're
up
a
and-
member of the public that would be submitting
Right.
something, yeah,
Yeah.
so that's fine.
Enjoy court tomorrow.
I've got, I think, 5 applications to go in for tomorrow, John.
Do you really?
But every single one of them would have been affected by this article. And
Really?
every single one of them would not have affected anybody at all. Just like
What do you mean affected, like they're in,
the neighbors, but there are no neighbors.
like they're in obscure area, or
Yeah.
just, yeah.
They're in the
So,
middle of the 50 acres. and-
here's the interesting thing, which, after going back to Andrew, which, you're focused on the pool part of it, but, so, if you come in now with a plan to build a garage, and there's an existing pool there, well, that pool counts as the ground cover, so now you don't have ground cover to build a garage. So it goes opposite, you know what I mean? If there's an existing, that's if there's an existing pool, you know what I mean? So,
That's
that's interesting,
all kinds of
isn't it?
stuff.
And there's what,
He's gonna be the most hated guy on the island.
790 pools?
He's gonna be the most hated guy on the island.
Well, the interesting, the numbers are weird, because,
Well, yeah, I was
yeah,
thinking.
we gotta get a good name for it.
So we got heck from the last time. One of those times.
So here's the interesting thing, because I was just doing different math. So you have a 20 by 40 pool, that's a pretty, usually you get
800 square
36
feet, yeah,
by
they had
16 or whatever.
So,
So, yeah, well, yeah, because if you have the perimeter,
yeah.
all right, take a zoning shed, take a 20 by 10 pool. Now you add 5, so you got 20 and 30, 600 square feet. So it tripled.
I don't get it. The zoning shed triple.
Bye, guys. See, I'll be right up. So say you had a pool that was 20 by 10.
Okay, 20 by 10.
Well, that's going to count as 600 square feet of ground cover instead of 200
Right.
with the perimeter thing.
Right, right.
So you tripled that size.
Right.
Which, that's
ridiculous.
That's a lot. I just don't. That's crazy.
Because, he obviously, whatever. Now, for whatever it's worth.
But it's interesting to go backwards with the, if there's an existing pool, well, sure,